Good morning, all. I welcome you to our Defend Our Democracy elective conference this morning. Welcome to all our esteemed guests, our affiliates, our national committee members, and all the associates of Defend Our Democracy and guests. Our chair, Reverend Masnantla, unfortunately cannot be here today because he's currently traveling and having to give an address in Poland, and he has asked me to do the opening remarks. It's entitled, Whence We Are, Where We Are, Where To From Here. Whence we are. Defend Our Democracy as a movement was launched in 2023, having organized itself as a campaign in the preceding 2 years. It represented the tenacity and the resilience of the people of South Africa to continue the task of consolidating democracy and defend its gains. These gains are being eroded from unlikely quarters. As the State Capture Commission would show, the democratic gains following the defeat of apartheid in 1994 were eroded by those entrusted to steward them in the public interest. These rogue leaders were not content to enrich themselves along with their friends and their families. They proceeded to hollow out public institutions, leaving them a mere shadow of what they had been. In the process of humiliating a people who once believed in the power of their dreams, now they languish in exclusion, joblessness, and living on grants. More importantly, attacks on the judiciary and the nation's constitution happened with apparent impunity. The nation watched as the dream of freedom and a better life for all was being systematically destroyed by greed and corruption. It became increasingly difficult to build a strong case for valuing a democracy that forced the majority of young people into the margins, excluded from economic opportunities they were promised. 2023 was also a year in which we reminded ourselves that 40 years earlier, the United Democratic Front was launched in Mitchell's Plain in Cape Town. A front that became a mass movement that helped to give the final push of apartheid to its happy demise. It organized and galvanized every sector in the South African society to defeat apartheid. It is in remembering these moments in our national journey that helped us remember who we are and what we are capable of when suitably organized. It also makes sense, therefore, that the same motive forces that swelled the ranks of preceding struggles were present at the launch of the Defend Our Democracy. They included civil society groups, faith-based and community organizations, sectoral networks, and a number of activists in their individual capacities. We organized in order to accomplish the following. With the Constitution increasingly coming under attack, we sought to enhance democratic values and processes embedded in the development of a societal front against corruption, state capture, and political destabilization in South Africa. We ensured accountability of political parties, government and public administration, and demand effective governance in the country. We worked towards stimulating public interest in democracy and the practice of participatory democracy. In general, we were yearning for the renewal of our politics, a politics with a heart to serve the common good. We believe it is possible and must be the principal goal of our efforts. So where are we now? On the face of it, our progress is a slow one, fraught with many setbacks. The Maluleke Commission sounds like State Capture Part 2, only worse, with mafia elements embedded in government processes and killing whistleblowers in cold blood. The case of Babita Deokaran is indicative of the sort of predicament that the hard-working and honest citizens find themselves in our republic. That 2 billion rands was siphoned from a struggling hospital in Tembisa tells the story of the poor denied life-giving services because of the greed of a few. It also tells the story of the cost of defending a promising democracy such as ours. It invites us to live, work, and organize in ways that make it no longer possible for hard-working people like Babita and other whistleblowers to meet such untimely ends. It is also disturbing that those fingered in the State Capture Commission as being guilty of corruption are now sitting in Parliament. In a cruel stroke of irony, it was Judge again, as then Chief Justice, who had to induct them. Babita is not alone. The list of those who have paid the ultimate price is long, as is that of those who suffer in many other ways. We must draw strength from the sacrifices of these compatriots and renew our determination to continue in our defense of this democracy. Globally, we have just witnessed the disregard of international law by the powerful. The genocide in Gaza, live streamed across the world for all to see, leaves all of us in a world order without justice, where might is right and impunity for the connected few is the order of the day. Colonial powers, who have for far too long presented themselves as champions of democratic governance, have abandoned its finest tenets, choosing barbarism over civilized coexistence. It falls to the rest of us to reimagine what it means to build, sustain, and defend a constitutional democracy. The ICJ case, the International Court of Justice case, in which South Africa reminded the world that all should be equal before the law, is a case in point. We must build models that work. the road ahead. At home, we have arrived at this moment of coalition politics. It is not as hideous as it might first appear. It invites us to explore what it is we meant to do, what we fought for, a non-racial, non-sexist, and Unitarian democracy in South Africa. We were correct then, and we are correct to pursue the ideal today. It is up to civil society to hold this multi-party governance arrangement, whatever form it takes in the years ahead, to be responsive to mass aspirations. To fail in this task, it is to open the door to instability and mass revolt. We have crossed some important milestones in the journey towards that destination. Broadly, if we bracket off the unfinished business of transforming our economy, we have gone a long way in de-racializing our politics, and many of our public and educational institutions. Our gender equity scorecard in public institutions is not too shabby either. South Africa is intact as a unitary state, in spite of tendencies towards ethnic mobilizations. Our constitution is still a respected document at home and abroad. It is just that we were seized with an identity crisis along the way. We forgot who we were as people and what our mission is. We began to create a self-serving public service, allowing the corruption and repurposing of our institutions to serve a corrupted political class. In spite of this, there are good signs we are recovering from that condition. Lieutenant General Makwenazi broke all protocol and appealed to the population in a desperate move to blow the whistle on malfeasance in our political, policing, and security environment. It is a statement that says the people are the last line of defense of this democracy. It is saying, once the people know that the house is on fire, they will know what to do. It is a call to the intensification of civic agency across all fronts. How that looks like will no doubt be in the debates of the conference. Electoral apathy. The battle against electoral apathy is related to how we fare, not only in our activism, in defense of our democracy, but in making manifest its value for the masses. As the population, we become enablers of this state of affairs. We forgot Mandela's counsel on that issue. When a future ANC government does what the apartheid government did, you must do to it what you did to the apartheid government. The national dialogue, social cohesion, and unlocking a livable future. In his introduction of the national dialogue, the President remarked as follows: "We envisage a national dialogue that involves extensive and inclusive public participation. To forge a common vision and build a comprehensive social compact with a clear program of action to realize our aspiration for the country. While some have protested about the modalities of how this dialogue is to be executed, it remains an important opportunity for strengthening democracy. To miss it, to pass it up, this opportunity for the maturation of our democracy. Therefore, in conclusion, we are here today to deliberate, discuss, collaborate, work together in order to defend our democracy. I thank you. I would like to now call on our Chief Executive Officer of Defend Our Democracy, Naledi, who I will give a brief overview of a bio, who will also be the MC for our events today. So we are delighted to have Naledi here, Kahuli. Her full name is Naledi Kahuli. Naledi brings to Defend Our Democracy extensive experience as a social justice activist. She has spent over 12 years fighting gender-based violence and other social ills in the various communities. She has a strong passion for applying her legal expertise in the civil society fraternity in order to help solve the complex societal and governance issues that beset our country. Her passion aligns closely with Defend Our Democracy's mission to understand and implement the drivers of anti-corruption and good governance in various fields. Her activism career includes an LLB degree from the University of the Witwatersrand, is distinguished by impactful roles held at organizations such as People Opposed to Women Abuse Power, where she served as an acting executive director and legal manager. Her research focuses has included the human rights defenders in the East and Southern Africa and analysis of the increase in the University of the Witwatersrand for Gender Equity Office and International Aid Societies Conference. Beyond legal and social activism, she has made meaningful contributions to learning spaces such as the Simon and Corley Memorial Lecture and held a leadership position at the Stanlib Asset and Wealth Management. She has also developed a training manual for the GBV champions in Namibia and in the Northern Cape, focusing on the true and queer communities in their plight for inclusion in responding to incidents of violence in their communities. We welcome Naledi to the podium.
Good morning again, and thank you. I feel quite mature now. So I'll be running today's program, and thank you for the opening and the welcome. Cynthia, that was a thought-provoking input. So next on our item for today, we're going to have our Deputy Chairperson, Rokhotso Chikane, just sharing the thinking behind why we established Defend Our Democracy and engaging a little bit on the state of democracy as we're experiencing it today. He will be joining us virtually as a globetrotter, and I will be queuing him up now. I think he is ready to go.
someone can just confirm that for me.
We hear you.
It's amazing. So, I mean, it is an absolute pleasure to be at another gathering of Defend Our Democracy. It has been an amazing past few years, kind of working with the organization and really thinking through, as I was kind of preparing for today, really thinking through why we started, and then reflecting a lot on like why we keep doing what we're doing. And as Cynthia had said, and had really remarked in the opening address around, you know, how did we get here? A lot of my thinking around Defend Our Democracy and the country as a whole is about how do we get out of here? How do we push forward as a country? How do we remove ourselves from this current moment that we find ourselves in? So a lot of my remarks today would kind of be stemmed from that. More about kind of looking forward, asking ourselves the questions of what are the risks that we need to take to move forward. Now, there's also a ton of amazing speakers who will be following me. So I do not want to kind of take away from their utterances or their points, because I think there's value from hearing from them. But there's one particular speaker who will be here coming a bit later, Lukhona Mnguni. And I wish he was here, because I would remind him that about back in 2014, so over 11 years ago, the first time I met him, we were walking through the streets of Edinburgh in Scotland, lamenting the state of the country, wondering what could be done to change it, wondering how we could possibly hold it in its shoulders and shake the country awake. And I joked with him at that point that I'd always had a ticking time bomb in my mind of the country and its future existence. And that bomb would go off in 2029. My argument at that point is that at that point in 2029, if nothing had fundamentally and systematically changed in the country, something would go terribly wrong. And I find myself now, in giving this address, wondering to myself whether that bomb is still ticking. And the best way to think about why we accept living in a ticking time bomb, I've been doing work in the UK reflecting about South Africa from the outside looking in. And to me, it seems as if when we think about South Africa, it's as if we're standing in the eye of a storm. For those who don't know what I mean in that regard, it's the idea that within a hurricane, right, with all the gusts of wind around you, the rain falling down, that within the middle of this hurricane, you will find a peaceful center. You will imagine yourself as if nothing at all is going wrong. And I believe that South Africa finds itself in the eye of the storm. We thought that 30 years ago that we had exited the storm, that back in 1994, this marked our emergence from the apartheid state, from the howling winds of racism and exclusion. And we celebrated this dawn of democracy as the moment that the clouds had parted and the sun had like finally broken through. But maybe, and just maybe, what really happened is that we just moved into the eye of the storm. The winds had quieted down for a while, and we could hear ourselves again. We could dream again, and we could build again. But all around us, the storm never really disappeared. It just circled around us, gathering this force, waiting for the moment where we would be brave enough not to be consumed by it. Within the storm, a question stands before us. And it's a very simple one, and I think it's one that I want us to deliberate throughout the course of today. Do we remain in the eye of the storm, comfortable in the illusion of calm? Or do we have the courage to face the storm again, to confront the forces that want to push us back, and to emerge into something more freer than what we have, more fairer than what we have now, and to be honest, just a more honest system to exist in? Because if we accept being in the storm, that is perfectly fine. But that acceptance is to believe that the current structure of our society is sustainable. And I believe many of you in this room fundamentally understand that the current status quo of our country, the current structure of our country is just not sustainable. It is not just, it is not fair, it is not equitable. And these inequalities in our economy, in our society, in our politics, the failure of our politicians in a lot of respects, the fraying of our social fabric, just shows us that this quiet space in the eye of the storm simply can't last forever. That eventually will be consumed by the storm surrounding us. The very design of our society, by just looking at it, whether it is the places we meet, our workspaces, the economic situations of our young individuals. And I say that because now I'm officially, as of 3 months from now, no longer going to be counted as a young person in South Africa anymore. And the majority of them still live without dignity. Corruption has become our default, and the faith in our democracy is replaced with a desperate search for survival. A search for survival that allows for the emergence of leaders in our country who are not fit for purpose. Leaders in our country who wish to gain political maneuvering and advantage of stoking fears, of pitting us against each other based off our base instincts, using nationalism as a force for somehow bringing us together by separating us, and by making those who are not South African somehow the fundamental ill of this country, which just isn't true. Yet, even then, why we choose to be in this eye of the storm, this calm, is simply that even amongst all this turbulence, there really is signs of hope. Things that are, and I am always told by my elders, many who are in this room, that I can't just be a negative individual a lot of the time. So I'm trying to get a lot better at really looking for the signs of hope. And there's three of them that I really think are quite important. I think there is a new sense of moral hope that we have in the country. And I think there's a new sense of generational hope, and I think there's a sense of cultural hope. And on the moral aspect, it is simply that over the last 3 years, as we've seen, our country refound its moral compass, right? And that we understood that our moral compass comes from our position on global issues. On Palestine in particular, we've shown the language of justice still runs deep in our national consciousness. And that's something to be proud of. We've stood before the world and said that genocide cannot be justified, that the oppressed can never become the oppressor, that it is not a small thing. It is testament to our moral DNA that a nation should be born out of struggle and solidarity, but that the world's eyes shouldn't glaze over the struggles of Palestinians. We found that moral voice, and it's something to be deeply proud of. I also believe that there's been a fascinating cultural shift amongst our younger generation. I believe they're truly redefining what it means to be a South African. Not by denying our history, but by reimagining what it means to belong in this country. Whether through music and art, language, politics just amongst this generation is less bound by simple binaries that are shaped by our parents' old world. A case example of this is the amount of young white people who are learning to speak different languages in this country is growing at an increasing rate. You find it in different spaces. For those of you who do not know the individual called Travis Scott, if you ever wanted to see Nelson Mandela's idea of the Rainbow Nation in perfect example, please look at the videos of young people at the Travis Scott concert a couple weeks ago. What we're starting to see is that this idea of a rainbow nation, which I honestly, in the sense of our democracy, thought didn't exist, is now moving away from these ivory towers of private schools or the corporate boardrooms, but into the streets of working class communities, into different shared spaces where ordinary people live. And a prime example of this is within the Brixton community of Johannesburg. And for our affiliates who are not from the Joburg or Gauteng region, I would really encourage you to go to Brixton, where young people, artists, migrants, long-term residents are really working hard to reshape what it means to live in an inclusive urban space. For me, Brixton right now stands as this odd microcosm for democratic imagination. It's places where we can see what living together looks like outside of the confines of class binaries. You don't have to be rich to be able to interact with other people. It's imperfect, but it's alive with possibilities. However, even though we might have these positives, and they do indeed exist, we have to also reflect about how we confront the shadows in our country. We have to accept that the quadruple threat in our country, systemic poverty, systemic inequality, systemic unemployment, and systemic gender-based violence, have fundamentally caused a crisis in our country in which we have, not we are going to, but we have created a lost, traumatized generation. An entire generation of young people who know nothing else but poverty, inequality, unemployment, and gender-based violence, whose outlook on life is about surviving this quadruple threat, not thriving within it. We have young people who are just not in school, not in work, and not in training, and we have normalized this for the last 30 years. And we can't just pick them up when they're in their mid-50s, hoping for the best. It's a generation that's been robbed of promise. And this promise was robbed not by chance, not by circumstance, but by design, by a system that's just simply failed to deliver on the promise of freedom. And as democracy builders, and I believe we are all democracy builders in this room, we need to ask ourselves this question about what is this promise of freedom? Furthermore, this stagnation, this complacency of being in the eye of the storm has normalized corruption in our country. It has made corruption a system where public office bearers go into public office to gain a source of private wealth, where loyalty has now replaced merit as a currency of power in our country. And that can't be the future of a constitutional democracy. To fight this, we need to be willing constantly and courageously to ask tough questions, questions that I believe DOD has been doing over the last few years, to make sure that those who are in power are not comfortable, that they remain uncomfortable in their positions, to remind them that in this country, accountability stretches to all who live within it. Sometimes it seems to me that politicians think that we owe them something. We don't owe politicians anything. They owe us everything. And we need to be aware of this, especially as defend our democracy going forward into this next 2 years of local election drama, and as we go this current administration, that coalition politics will continue to fundamentally shape the character of our country. And that while coalitions are messy, they remind us that no single party can claim ownership of the South African story. But we also have to be honest amongst democracy builders that we need to move beyond the illusion that political elections alone will deliver change. The transformation doesn't just happen from a ballot box, but it comes from communities, from movements, from citizens, from those who insist that democracy must be more participatory, more ethical, and more people-driven. Everyone in this room, I believe, would believe in that in one way or another. We need to be able to say that we're willing to imagine the country beyond the political ballot, that there's something more to us than the ability to cast a vote, because the ability to cast a vote has been taken away, or at least not taken away, but abused by those who are in power, who take advantage of a system that doesn't hold them accountable. So again, I remind you that we don't owe politicians anything. They owe us everything. And that's something that I would want DOD to really take on over the next few years. Because to escape from the storm, to move beyond this, the eye of the storm, will not be easy. It will require us confronting our most profound inequalities and political complacency. It will require societal conflict. And while I'd like to say, in an ideal world, that this conflict will not be one of violence, but one of courage and vision and truth-telling, if I am to be honest, it seems to me that violence will be inevitable because this country is falling apart. And the question is about what type of path do we want to take when we move outside of the storm? one that is built on courage and truth-telling, or one that is built on violence? I would prefer the former, but I imagine that as time goes on, people will lose patience, and the temptation of the latter will win over. If we were to begin walking out of this storm and embrace the uncertainty of it, it requires us to imagine perhaps the birth of a second republic. A South Africa that is not content with managing the contradictions of the first republic, but determined to transcend them. And where democracy is not procedural in one way or another, it becomes profoundly personal. That South Africa is not just where justice is a constitutional idea, but it's a lived experience, where freedom is no longer symbolic for most, but it's substantive for all. So, as we go into today's proceedings, and I'm really, really sad that I'm here. I'm in very cloudy, well, the sun is breaking through here, up in the north here. When we reflect on our constitutional democracy today, don't be fooled into the calmness of the storm. Be willing to ask the questions of what does it mean if we go out into the storm and challenge it head on? What lies beyond that storm? Will it be another eye, or will it be something fundamentally new? How do we confront it and learn from it and emerge from it transformed? Because in the end, democracy is not about surviving the storm. It's about becoming stronger because of it. So I thank you all today. And again, I was told to take a little bit more time, so that's why I went a little bit over. Usually I'm very good with time. But I just want to thank you all today. I hope these deliberations will be fantastic. I will be here the whole day. And I just want to remind us that we've got a long way to go in this country. And there's no need for us to step off the pedal that we've been pressing on for the last few years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rokhozofeze, for those thought-provoking inputs. I think one that has stuck with me so far is really to get justice to a place where it isn't a constitutional ideal, but a lived experience. And next on our program, we have the keynote address from Professor Tinyiko Maluleke. And Professor Maluleke is the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Tshwane University of Technology. Previously, he has been, amongst other things, the Executive Director of Research at UNISA, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Internationalism, Advancement and Student Affairs at UJ, and Strategic Advisor to the Vice Chancellor at the University of Pretoria. In 2024, Professor Maluleke was a B1 National Research Foundation rated researcher, which means that his peers consider him to be an internationally acclaimed researcher in terms of the number, quality and impact of his research outputs, as well as the quality of the master's and PhD students whom he has supervised to completion. In 2022, President Ramaphosa appointed Professor Maluleke as the Deputy Chairperson of the South African National Planning Commission. He is a member of the MTNSA Foundation Board. Professor Maluleke is an elected member of the apex body of scientists in South Africa, namely the Academy of Science of South Africa, which means that his peers across the various scientific fields recognize him as a proven, solid, and leading scientist in his area of expertise. As a scholar, he has published more than 150 scholarly and peer-reviewed publications. Over the years, Professor Maluleke has been a visiting professor at various universities: Hamburg University in Germany, University of Vienna in Austria, the University of Nairobi in Kenya, Calvin University in the USA, University of Helsinki in Finland, University of London, Sweden, and the University of Lausanne in Switzerland, and the University of Mainz in Germany. Professor Maluleke has recently published his memoir, Faces and Phases of Resilience, a memoir of a special kind. Please welcome to the podium, Professor Tinyiko Maluleke.
Thank you very much, and good morning, friends and colleagues. I apologize for arriving slightly late. Murphy's Law stopped me dead at Baklu. Was sitting at Baklu for the past hour in the traffic. In the early years of our democracy, when inspired as we were by the leadership of Nelson Mandela and the legacies which were very fresh in our minds of the influence of Sobukwe, Tutu, Biko, and many others, we often spoke of the new South Africa. But it seems that the old South Africa has been harder to exorcise and even very hard to eliminate. No sooner than Mandela had formed a government than leaders like Desmond Tutu started to speak of the notion of a gravy train. You remember that 1995 quote from Desmond Tutu saying, "They stopped the gravy train long enough to get on it." That was after the parliamentarians had voted a huge salary increase for themselves. Indeed, within less than 5 years of its tenure, the democratic government had already or was already mired in the arms deal scandal, perhaps the first and the original democratic era corruption scandal, nearly 10 years before the Guptas showed up. Often we look at 2007 as the great detour, but we detoured much earlier on as a country. 31 years of democracy later, a period which was only a fraction of the 46 years of apartheid rule, or is only a fraction of 46 years of apartheid rule, a period which is only a small part of the 342 years of colonialism. It is hard to believe that South Africa did not invent state capture. If South Africa did not invent the notion and practice of state capture, democratic South Africa has certainly played its own shameful role in perfecting it and making it known. The notion itself actually goes back to some World Bank working papers in the early 2000s, particularly the working paper 2444 of September 2000. That paper was co-written by one Joel Hellman, Geraint Jones, and Daniel Kaufman, and it was titled, "Seize the State, Seize the Day, State Capture, Corruption, and Influence in Transition." It was focusing mainly in Eastern European countries, including Russia and Ukraine. Notably, the paper depicts state capture as a function of the relationship between the state and the corporate sector, or the state and powerful oligarchs. The possibility of criminal syndicates replacing the corporate sector appears not to have been envisaged vividly at that time. Hellman, Jones, and Kaufman defined state capture as, and I quote, "shaping the formation of the basic rules of the game through illicit and non-transparent private payments to public officials." Hellman et al. Distinguished between three types of relationships between the corporate sector and the state, namely state capture, influence, which they see as corporate impact on the formation of the basic rules of the game, and thirdly, what they called administrative corruption, and that is private payments to public officials to distort the prescribed implementation of official rules and policies. World Bank Working Paper 2444 of September 2000 seems to assume that corporate players are likely to take the lead and the initiative in the construction of administrative corruption and state capture. It seems to have never occurred to them that state actors could turn to advertising, auctioning, and selling the state assets for personal gain and for the benefit of their networks. It seems that while Hellman et al. Could feel and illustrate state capture in the year 2000, they still did not quite envision a condition of fully blown state of capture, a la Public Protector Thuli Madonsela's report number 6, released in October 2016, just before she left office. That report was aptly and precisely titled State of Capture. The subtitle of the report is a mouthful that leaves a sour taste in that mouth. It goes like this. A report on an investigation into alleged improper and unethical conduct by the President and other state functionaries relating to alleged improper relationships and involvement of the Gupta family in the removal and appointment of ministers and directors of state-owned enterprises, resulting in improper and possibly corrupt award of state contracts and benefit to the Gupta family's businesses. It's a mouthful. The most far-reaching remedial action proposed by the public protector was that, and I quote, the President must appoint within 30 days a commission of inquiry headed by a judge solely selected by the Chief Justice, who shall provide one name to the President. End of quote. And that is how we ended up with the Zondo Commission. But the road to the Zondo Commission was as complicated as has been the road to the implementation of the findings of the same commission. But the state of capture of which Madonsela wrote never stopped, not before, not during, or certainly not after the Zondo Commission. Which is why and how the nation is currently watching the daily episodes of the Madlanga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee all day long, as if these were the days of our lives, steadily pouring out like sand in the hourglass. Of all the calamities democratic South Africa has had to contend with, including the 2007-2008 global financial crisis, the effects of climate change, which are ongoing, the HIV/AIDS epidemic, about which Professor Maluleke Makgoba laments in his own memoir published last year or a year before, and the 2020 to 2022 COVID-19 pandemic. State capture was not only the most avoidable, it was also self-inflicted. Unfortunately, it is not the only avoidable and the only self-inflicted injury democratic South Africa has brought upon itself. Consider the lives and the years we lost to HIV/AIDS denialism. Consider the cruel irony of a place named Life at Esidimeni, Esidimeni meaning dignity, which was in the end nothing but a hellhole in and through which 144 South Africans died and up to 1,500 were traumatized. Remember Andries Tatane, the young teacher who died in the hands of democratic-era police for protesting lack of water in his community. We remember Marikana, where 44 young black men were killed in less than a week, and up to 17 of them dying at the hands of the police while trying to hide between the rocks on a kopi in Marikana. As of 2023, no less than 11 women and 3 children were killed per day in South Africa, not counting the hundreds and perhaps even thousands who are victims of violence. Michael Komape of Limpopo would have been 16 years old today, and Lumkam Ketwa of Eastern Cape would have been 12 years old today if these 2 kids did not fall into their school pit latrines and drowned to death in 2014 and 2018 respectively. Just last month, 6-year-old Avetandwa Gunene of Danhauser in KZN fell into the septic tank of Umzila Primary School, where the kid drowned to death. The story of young Jocelyn Chantel Smith of Dyersville in Saldanha Bay reveals the brokenness of South African society, a brokenness that goes beyond physical infrastructure, such as we hint at when we talk about pit latrines. We seem to be becoming a society that is turning on itself, devouring the most vulnerable among its own, the oldest, the youngest, and the smallest, including children. And still we do not know why or how Jocelyn Smith ended up there where she is not, where we don't know. And we wonder if she will soon be forgotten. Or maybe it is happening already. Now, if anyone in the world wondered what happens when the ethics of corruption flow in the veins and arteries of state and country, if anyone wonders what the inestimable cost of corruption and state capture is, they need only to read Jeff Weeks' The Shadow State. It is not necessarily an elegant book, it is anything but. How can it be elegant when it is a book about how a dedicated public servant, Babita Deokaran, was killed by izinkabi or hired men? How she left her daughter, her only daughter, a 16-year-old at that time in 2021. The Shadow State is also the story of a township hospital, Tembisa Hospital, variously described by Weeks in the book as the Gauteng epicenter of the COVID corruption frenzy. He also calls it a contract factory. He refers to it as a feeding trough, and he also refers to it as a place to die. None of the above ought to describe any hospital anywhere in the world. This is who we became by 2021, a mere 5 years since Madonsela's State of Capture report. This is who we have become. And yet, we have had free and fair elections every 5 years since 1994. In fact, for 30 years, South African voters have elected the same political party with a clear majority until May 2024. But that is not the only thing that has changed. Whereas 34% of eligible voters did not turn out in 2019, for the 2024 elections, a whopping 41% of eligible voters stayed away. That is a 31 percentage fall from the 1999 turnout of 72%. and it is also a 15 percentage points below the global average of 56% as of 2023. So something is happening there much more than just the ruling party being knocked off its pedestal. It is much more than the disgruntlement with the erstwhile ruling party as an explanation of what we have seen, especially the staying away. It is about much more than technical electoral process issues. Some point to issues with the registration and the changes of laws. I would like to suggest that perhaps these numbers of low turnouts may be signaling a general disenchantment with not only with the South African electoral system, but also a growing distrust of politics in general and party politics in particular. One is, of course, not foreclosing the need to study and research the exact demographic of persons, groups, and communities who are not turning out for elections. We certainly need to have a more scientific and more informed view of who turns out and who turns away, and where are they from, where do they live, and what class and gender, and so on. But a generalized disenchantment, if such a phenomenon has indeed been unleashed, will not be explained merely by means of demographics and economics alone. I'm especially fascinated by and with voter turnout because I believe it is a useful, though not perfect, proxy for gauging the activeness of citizenry. Accordingly, my suggestion is that one of the greatest threats, if not the greatest threats to our democracy, is an inactive citizenry, or worse still, a citizenry that has given up on its own sense of agency. Now, there are many ways of being inactive, and sometimes people are inactive by being loud and noisy, but not necessarily being agentic in their noise and in their actions. I'd like to suggest that the 2024 elections provide a crucial clue to where South Africans are at this time. It seems to point to a crisis of representativity and the legitimacy of those who claim to represent. Until now, we have had far too many leaders assuming and presuming that they represent our people. It's a phrase we hear all the time. Our people need this, our people are like this and like that. It has become nauseating. Because they claim to know our people fully, totally, and legitimately. Don't the leaders and the chattering classes know ever so perfectly what our people need and want? Some go so far as to suggest that we know what our women want and need. I don't know how they came to possess women in that way. They even talk about the need to protect our women from men like ourselves and their kind. In a recent op-ed piece, I and my partner in crime, Rolf Meyer, have called this tendency the presumptuous refrain of those who claim to know everything about our people, so that our people don't need to speak for themselves. We know, we can tell you what they feel and what they want. It's a faulty epistemology, theory of knowledge. Because what does it mean to know? Is it enough to know the statistics, the unemployment statistic, or to know and recite the National Development Plan and the Constitution? Is that what they mean by knowing? We know the unemployment rate, but do we know what the unemployed go through every day? So this presumptuous sense of knowing our people is something that we need to get rid of. It could be also that the eagerness to represent the poor and the marginalized may be a mask for a phobia of the poor and their views. We don't really want to listen to them. We don't really want to hear them. So rather we claim to know what they think and what they feel. The 2024 elections, and I'm about to stop, ushered in a different and far better new dawn than the one President Ramaphosa proposed a few years ago. Because it is really a changing of the guard. It is citizens instructing government to form a government of national unity or whatever you want to call it. So what we have seen in 2024 elections is the ushering in of a possible renaissance that is far has a far reach than even former President Mbeki's idea of a renaissance. It's a turning point. But just because it's a turning point does not mean that we will turn. We have gone through many turning points where we did not turn. They just become turning points verbally. So, maybe I say something about the national dialogue, since I also wear that cap. And I appreciate the concern that a national dialogue could be costly in more ways than just the finance, because it could be a distraction. It certainly is, it could be a distraction from the days of our lives that we are watching now, among others. But even more seriously. But I want to argue that it need not be if we as South Africans can reclaim our agency and reclaim our country. We have agency. We need to take back, not just take back the country from the elites and government and people who think that they own it and will now speak on behalf of everyone. We also need to take back our dreams, as I will illustrate right at the end. We cannot continue to whisper in the deep, as Raymond Peary used to sing. Because let's face it, South Africans are having a national dialogue. They are having it at dinner tables, they are having it at bus stops, they are having it inside taxis and drinking halls and shop floors, funerals, classrooms, stockfields. They are having a national dialogue. It's just that half the time they are talking into the air and not in any structured way. The call for a national dialogue is one that says, let's continue, but let's consolidate, let's intensify, let's deepen these ongoing dialogues, and let's give them purpose to shape our future. You know, Chinua Achebe, when he wrote his famous book, The Trouble with Nigeria, it was 20 years after the independence of Nigeria, and everywhere he went, in taxis, in drinking halls around Lagos, the sentence with which people started when they spoke to one another was, "The trouble with Nigeria is." And so he made it the title of his book. The trouble with South Africa is that of lack of leadership, and it's a point I never touched on fully as I was speaking here, or leadership that betrays the people. The gap between rich and poor has become so huge that the only thing the poor can give to the rich is their dreams, which, according to W.B. Yeats, the poet, these dreams are being trampled upon. Remember his famous poem, The Cloths of Heaven. And he says, "Had I the heavens embroidered cloths, I would spread that clothes under your feet, my leaders. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. End of quote. I don't think we can ask them to tread softly anymore. We have to ask them to step aside, to step away, to step off our dreams. Citizens must take their dreams back and instruct politicians accordingly. Finally, why do I say that citizenry in action is the greatest threat to our democracy? You know, even people who say, let's not dialogue, let's do something, they often exclude themselves from that doing. They say, let's not dialogue, let someone else do something. And that, for me, is a red light. It shows that we may be reaching a stage where our citizenry has become nihilistic and actually outsources to the very government that for 30 years has failed to do what they had promised to do. So that, for me, is the greatest threat to our democracy. Only an active citizenry can future-proof our democracy. Only an active citizenry can future-proof and ensure the nation against future state capture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Maluleke, and for that challenge to take back our dreams. Without any further ado, we have two panels in store for today, and the first one is being moderated by Mark Haight, and he will be joined by two panelists, Dr. William Gumede and Mr. Joel Netshitenzhe.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. Lovely to be here. While I'm waiting for the panelists to take a seat, just a couple of opening comments to this panel. We're here today to discuss how we defend our democracy against state capture, against authoritarianism. But it's clear that whilst we need to defend our democracy, that in South Africa, as we just heard from Professor Maluleke, and across the world, democracy itself is on trial in many respects. There are hundreds of millions of people who feel alienated, not just from political institutions and political parties, but who blame democracy and have stepped away from democratic participation. And that means that democracy can give us a Donald Trump and Narendra Modi. Democracy doesn't automatically lead to fairness and social justice and the outcomes that we as Democrats hope that democracy delivers. So democracy needs reawakening. Part of defending democracy is interrogating democracy, rethinking democracy, and finding strategies that make people feel that democracy is a way to change their lives, to genuinely change their lives and free themselves from the indignity and the chains of unemployment and hunger and gender-based violence. So we have two fabulous panelists this morning to help us reflect on democracy. Each is going to speak for 15 minutes, and then we will have 10 minutes just for very brief contributions, but also I believe we have to try to formulate a couple of resolutions that this conference can take forward out of this discussion. I'm not going to read their CVs. They've both got long CVs. We'll start with Joel Netshitenzhe and then move on to Prof. William Gumede. I'll just say that both Joel and William are thought leaders, deep thinkers, people who have practiced and fought for and spent decades and decades advancing democracy. And if you look at their CVs, they will bear testament to that fact. I think that that is sufficient introduction that we actually couldn't have two better people to get us thinking about this issue. So thank you very much to both of you, and I'm going to ask Joel to kick off. First of all, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I will dispense with a protocol and just say that I appreciate the opportunity to be invited to this discussion. We were asked to speak, or I was asked to speak about inequality. And in that context, I will start off by looking at why inequality matters. We may be familiar with the book, The Spirit Level, by Pickett and Wilkinson, which is very instructive on this matter. They argue that social indicators such as educational attainment, prison population, violent crime, teenage births, and so on, are much worse in societies that have got higher levels of income inequality. For instance, if you were to compare the US and the UK on the one hand, which are more unequal, they have worse afflictions compared to, say, Japan and Finland, which are more equal. Another interesting assertion is work done, interestingly, by economists at the IMF, that's Austria and Beck, who argue that longer spells of economic growth are associated with more equality in income distribution. And so we can draw from this that inequality is more than just about sense and sensibility. It is fundamental to the social health of any nation. It is fundamental to safety and security. And in a bit of secular logic, it is fundamental for sustenance of economic growth. As we know, South Africa's level of income inequality, measured by the Gini coefficient at about 0.67, is amongst the highest in the world. And it has stayed stubbornly high over the past 30 years, compared to 0.25 in Scandinavia, 0.38 in China, and 0.58 in Brazil. I will not elaborate. I assume we all know what the Gini coefficient reflects. One, highest level of inequality, 0, is where there is no inequality. Now, this is worse in relation to assets. With the richest 10% of our population owning at least 90% of all wealth. And all of this manifests in relation to age, to gender, and to spatial location. Now, the rise of the middle strata, the black middle strata, who now outnumber the white middle strata in absolute terms, shows that the modern part of the South African economy is absorbing more and more blacks, but the overwhelming majority of blacks remain marginalized. And so you end up with an interesting trend, narrowing inequality between the races, but a widening gap, strikingly, amongst Africans. There is an interesting trend from work that we did when I was still at the policy unit in the presidency some 20 years ago. And this is that high rates of growth do not necessarily result in the narrowing of inequality. Amid the high growth of the 2000s, inequality in fact worsened, partly due to asset appreciation, but also due to access to the social capital that enables people to take advantage of opportunities. In other words, the rising tide of economic growth does not necessarily lift the boats all at the same rate, even if unemployment was reduced in that period. I take it, though, that we'll all agree that great progress has been made in reducing poverty since 1994. This is aside from the blip between 2011 and 2015, and in the context of COVID-19. What is called fiscal incidence, or the social wage, including no-fee paying schools, NSFAS, social grants, and free basic services, have also helped to reduce poverty. And so the point that one is making is that you can reduce poverty while inequality is in fact worsening. And China is one prime example of this, with its Gini coefficient worsening somewhat as it extricates hundreds of millions out of poverty. Now, an interesting question is whether the post-1994 government has paid sufficient attention to inequality. This is as distinct from poverty. One did a rough exercise on policy references to inequality in documents. And you will find that the word inequality features in large tomes, such as the 1992 Ready to Govern document, only 3 times. It features only 5 times, even in the celebrated RDP white paper, and 8 times in the 2004 10-year review. There's been an increase in the years thereafter. So why wasn't there focused attention on the issue of inequality? I think it is because inequality was viewed mainly from the prism of racial aggregates, it was assumed that generic socio-economic policies would eliminate the apartheid legacy and, by extension, social inequality. Even in the National Development Plan, the 2030 target is to achieve full employment, that is, unemployment rate at or below 6%. But the ambition on the Gini coefficient on income inequality is quite modest in the NDP. To reduce the Gini coefficient from 0.68 to 0.60, which would still be amongst the highest in the world. That is by 2030, but I suppose the deputy chair is still here of the NPC will agree with me. We'll have to change time frames on all those targets. Now, inequality also has got profound implications for politics and electoral contestation. If we look at the electoral upheavals in the United States, France, and Germany, and some other developed countries, you'll realize that what we see is in part a consequence of growing social inequality. The right-wing elites, political elites, deliberately mobilize the poor around narrow identity politics, sort of even classless identity politics, such as immigration and what is referred to as misandry. This is the assumed hatred of men in defense of misogyny, the hatred of women. And this is one of the reasons why Trump won the support of many, or an unexpected large proportion of support among Black and Hispanic young men in the last election. But what is worrying is that the left itself seems to be avoiding the fundamental questions of political economy, which are about the distribution of income within society. Now, the same mobilization by political elites is starting to play out in South Africa, as shown by the outcome of the 2024 elections, with ethnic, language, and anti-immigrant issues coming to the fore. This is in addition to the striking decline in voter participation. Very briefly, what can be done to address social inequality? Economic growth is one element. Education and skills training is another. An income policy has to include both a minimum wage and reduction of income differentials in the workplace. Then economic empowerment should include employee and community share ownership schemes. And special economic interventions and comprehensive subsidies are required to address apartheid special economic patterns, which result in an apartheid tax on the poor as they spend a large part of their wages on transport. Now, what about moral erosion, which we're also asked to deal with? I will be brief in that regard. I would like to argue at a high level of abstraction that the capitalist system engenders a culture in which making it means rapacious wealth accumulation. As we know historically, in capitalism's evolution, you had the gringos, the slave traders, and the carpet beggars. And so in South Africa today, as part of post-colonial class formation, some of the emergent and established capitalists, both black and white, use access to the state and criminal activities for self-enrichment. It would, however, be disingenuous in the extreme, in my view, to cite these wayward tendencies to try and discredit affirmative action. The rise of the middle strata, which I referred to, is largely a consequence of economic empowerment. And the number of black beneficiaries in terms of asset ownership in companies is now estimated at 870,000. And I think this discredits the mysterious assertion that only 100 people benefited from so-called big BEE deals. Attached to this is the misconception that all of social transformation should fall under the rubric of BEE, as if BEE is meant to improve basic education, to repair burst water pipes, to fix potholes, and to improve the criminal justice system. As we have said, economic empowerment must be broad-based. But we cannot run away from another reality, and I hope I won't make enemies here. And this is that one of the objectives of creating a non-racial democracy is the emergence of a so-called black capitalist class. Unless if people want to argue that we should freeze apartheid social relations with capitalists in our capitalist country coming from one race. In my view, this is akin to colonialist entitlement and racist sophistry. And when this joins up with global white supremacist forces, it becomes particularly toxic for our post-colonial democracy. Now, to conclude and come back to the issue of moral erosion, we referred earlier to the macro-social environment in which it germinates and thrives. I would want to assert that we need to campaign against it. We need to assert our social agency, moral regeneration movement, defend our democracy through the eye of the needle organizational and societal renewal and so on. But all of these will come to naught if moral appeals are not backed by the stick of accountability. In concerted efforts to build a law enforcement system that ensures that the culprits end up in orange overalls. The national dialogue, in my view, should place these two issues, social inequality and ethics, high on the agenda. And civil society organizations, including trade unions, should act as the eyes and ears of the nation wherever they are located. The impact of inequality and venality in the US, Europe, as well as Kenya, Nepal, Bangladesh, and recently Madagascar, demands that our government of national unity should double down on dealing with these scourges and avoid the dance of death being experienced by center-left and center-right parties across the globe. Otherwise, South Africa will be headed in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I'm going to move straight on to William Gumede. 15 minutes, otherwise I'll be harassing you.
I'll stick to I'll try and think so. No, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to come and speak to you. Thank you for coming, to come and listen on a Saturday morning. I'll time myself. If we were to reduce corruption by 10%, we'll get our 3% growth rate. Let that sink in. Why do countries fail? I mean, obviously the first thing is leaders, poor quality leaders. And I'm not going to talk a lot about leaders, but I mean, just to give you interesting, if you think about the countries since the Second World War, that drove economic miracles. Just look at those leadership. Let's take Germany that came out of the Second World War. If you just look at the leaders, Adenauer, Willy Brandt, leader after leader, term after term. The kind of quality leaders, I mean, it's extraordinary. Take Japan coming out of the war. Collapse. Leader after leader is so competitive. And let's, even if you come to Africa, the countries have done very, very well. I mean, sadly, it's only 2 or 3 countries, 54 African countries. First African country became independent in 1847, so we are almost under 200 years of independence. Look at Mauritius, for example. I mean, the first decade was independence movement, poor leadership, typical liberation movement leadership good in opposition, but not necessarily good as builders and as constructors. Thereafter, if you look at the leaders, after the liberation movement left, again it was from the 1970s, mid-70s onwards, quality leader after leader. You can say the same in Botswana, which has been a very successful country. The first 2 decades, quality leaders. So that is absolutely important. Second thing for me, corruption. If you look at countries, again, that have transformed either from absolute poverty or absolute destruction after a war, or even after a civil war, South Korea, they came out of a really deadly civil war. Leadership on the one hand, then dealing with corruption almost immediately. If you look at all of those countries, is corruption in the society is absolutely unacceptable. I mean, it's in countries like Japan, for example, there's the idea of self-same. You fall on your sword if you corrupt. And your whole family are discredited and shamed. In China, of course, execution is the same in South Korea. Execution, and not even execution for corruption, but just mismanagement of public services. It's an absolutely important reason why some of those societies got their high economic growth. So leadership, dealing with corruption almost immediately. Then competence in politics, but also competence in the state. So a country can have quality leaders potentially, and let's say low corruption, but if a country doesn't have competence, the East Asian developmental states, for example, the very first thing that they did was to bring merit-based into the public service. And that was a big differentiator. Why was it a big differentiator? Let me just tell you in terms of, if you want to enter the public service in Singapore, South Korea, or in Japan, or now in China, and I'll come back on the China one. Every year, they will take only the top matriculants to enter the public service. Think of it. Let's just say we would do that next year. And we would say the only new entries into the public service is the first top 100 people in matric. No one else enters the public service. That's what they've done. And that's what they're also doing in China right now. I mean, it was a dramatic change when China introduced that system, where they even depolitize the public service. You don't, then, ideology. The countries that have failed are the countries with rigid ideology. I repeat, rigid ideology. You cannot innovate, and you cannot imagine, and you cannot build something new if you're stuck in ideology. Again, I'll give you the examples. In Japan, after the war, they came out with the idea of the commercial state, something so new. It has meant that as a country, to innovate, you have to break the old, even the old ways of thinking. And when I talk about ideology, I'm going to talk about the broad base. You can also have cultural ideology. You can have traditional ideology. You can have liberation movement, political ideology. For a country to change course, a country will even have to break that, because sometimes not only the political ideology, cultural ideology, traditional ideology can be an obstacle to growth. I mean, in China, what did they do? They abolished, for example, the monarchy. Now, you have to imagine the Chinese monarchy. I mean, we're talking about thousands of years to break it. Undermines development. That's what they argued. Japan, they made the monarchy ceremonial. I'll be talking about these are systems that came very long, for very, very long periods. we want to get growth, we want to change direction. And why in Africa, the liberation movements, why have they failed in government? Because they're stuck with ideology that absolutely are totally irrelevant. Undermines innovation, because you have to innovate to grow, you have to innovate. And I started off to say, when the Japanese came up with a commercial state, I mean, that was a supreme innovation, imagine. Or even in Singapore. I mean, Singapore, that's the liberation movement. They decided they're going to have housing-led economic growth. Now, at the time, in the 1960s, from an economics point of view, to even come up with the idea of housing-led economic growth, you take one pillar and you drive growth and development with one policy, and you build everything around it. I mean, that country, 90% of the country at the independence, Singapore, was an informal settlement. Now, you just imagine 90% of a country is an informal settlement. And they decided to go for housing. And what they will do with housing, they will link a house built with technical skills, even with racial integration, because it's a very diverse society also like SA. People that used to fight each other had to live next to each other in this equivalent of new RDP houses that they built. And they also decided in that housing development that they would do, it would also be almost like a tourist attraction. When you build a house, not like our RDP houses. You build a house where people will even come from abroad to come and look at it. Dignity. Now that's innovation. Back on that innovation in Singapore, I mean, for me, it's one of the great innovations in our liberation movement, independence movement. They also got stuck in a cul-de-sac early years where of a liberation movement conquered power. Its focus was, when it was in the anti-colonial struggle, on unseating a colonial power, or apartheid in our case. Now, in order to govern and in order to innovate, you have to break with ideology and you have to start something totally different. So the liberation movements and the independent movements that failed in government, they couldn't make that break. So the People's Action Party in Singapore, for me, I think the most successful independence movement historically over the last 100 years. And I'm coming up with a book early next year. I'm looking at what they've done. They decided, in order to innovate, that the liberation or the independence leaders were very good, the struggle veterans, they were good in the struggle, anti-colonial struggle, but they were clearly not the kind of people that's going to turn around the state. I mean, guess what they did? They decided to fire more than 50% of the People's Action Party's National Executive Committee in one go, and more than 50% of the Parliamentary Caucus. Anyone who was corrupt, anyone who was incompetent, anyone who was ideological rigid. Then they did something so dramatic. They hired a recruitment agency from outside the country. And they made a call for anyone to apply to become a National Executive Committee member of the People's Action Party, who's never been a member of the party ever before. That's what he did. So they got an external recruitment agency to do that. Obviously, what then happened, there was a revolt from the old guard, from the veterans, and so on. The party survived it, barely. But that was the turnaround. That was Singapore's miracle, the start of that miracle, because they brought new energy, new ideas. People didn't think like the past, and so on. Now, Joe talked about moral collapse. That's very, very important. A big part of why we have corruption failure is a moral collapse, but we have to look at a moral collapse much more broadly. We've got a crisis of our moral institutions across all sectors have collapsed. So in politics, or liberation movements also have moral frameworks that have collapsed. Our traditions also have moral frameworks that have collapsed. Means get corrupt traditional leaders, corrupt so-called kings. In our business also there has been the same. Our trusted professions, we've got in a society, there are trusted professions. With a medical, with an audit, I don't know whether I should include law. So when I say trusted professions, are those with codes of conduct, you study very long, there's a code of conduct, there's peer conduct, that have collapsed. 2 years ago I was asked by the Law Society of South Africa to run a workshop on ethics for all of for the lawyers in the law firms. So you would ask, where is it their own internal codes of conduct, and so on. So we're going to have to reverse that. The good thing is, societies have turned around. Moral collapses, they have. South Korea, for example, you think about South Korea, the economic miracle. What they did was, they fostered, in the 1960s, a mass movement to turn around the tide against corruption and to restore moral accountability. It started at a village level across in all sectors of society, in the professions, and so on. Singapore did the same. Even Japan did the same. So it is possible. So a grassroots-based movement, not politically driven, but a grassroots-based one. So, that's a good thing. It is possible. And then to conclude, for me, if the Defend Our Democracy initiative could be the beginning of such a grassroots campaign, but it has to go across politics, has to go across ideology, has to go across sectors, and it has to be separate from party politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel and William, for two very rich, thought-provoking, deep presentations. And I'm sorry to have to have hurried you along a little bit. It's just that we are behind time. I think what we've heard from both presentations is that democracy is not an end in itself. Democracy is a means to an end. And the end that we seek is justice, dignity, equality, human rights. But it's only when democracy is on a path, and clearly on a path to justice, equality, human rights, people's dignity, that democracy itself becomes self-sustaining and sustainable and protected from capture and protected from abuse. So we heard from Joel about various aspects of how central inequality is to democracy, how growth alone doesn't take away inequality, how even poverty reduction alone doesn't take away inequality, and why the democratic state needs to exercise its power over issues such as economy in order to move towards those greater objectives. And we heard from William about these key components that must function in a democracy: leadership, anti-corruption, competence, and doing away with rigid ideology, innovation. So very thought-provoking. We have only 10 minutes. We're already quite way behind time, but I think it would be remiss not to allow a few minutes just for brief comments from the floor. But please keep them brief, and please, in your comments, because the program talks about 10 minutes to help formulate resolutions, come up with ideas about how we might take these issues forward and with solutions. So can I see anybody from the floor who would like to speak, comment? Is there a hand? Okay, I can't, the light is shining in my eyes, but if we can take the microphone. And please, when you speak, just introduce yourself. And
no, greeting. My name is Mr. P.R. Bonkos Raphael from Ngobo, from Sithembile Mbete Center, where I'm based at KZN, Itepen, Nanda area, Matiwe. Thanks for being here also, and defending democracy. First and foremost, I won't dwell too much of what you've been saying, and I appreciate it very well. But now, in terms of respecting our human rights and our justice and equality, in where we're based in our locale, where we are facing the challenge of water problems, yet affect our senior leaders, they're ignoring it, or they are assisting us by giving us a water tank, yet affects also they're disturbing our mind. So my concern on that, while you are here, will you please just assist us when you are saying defend democracy by looking where you come from back? You remember packet system in that apartheid time and where we are now. And we find that even these township bylaws are not same like other township, but we've been served by one municipality. So in terms of defending democracy, how can you give us a green light so that we can tell our community where we are now in democracy? And then if we are approaching this thing of election, that I like what my chair was saying there, that our service must not be determined by elections, but must be determined by community that we are based in. So that is what is my request and my comment. Thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Molatelo Racheku, and I'm from Stand Up SA. Prof. Gumede, thank you so much, and Mr. Joel. My questions are to both of you. Knowing that liberation politics were anchored in moral vision and collective service and sacrifice and integrity, but we've seen over time that the moral clarity seems to have been replaced by nostalgia, right? How can we recover the moral discipline of liberation without being trapped by its political orthodoxy, number one? And how do we believe South Africa has the leadership capacity, or do you believe that South Africa has the leadership capacity to lead the kind of moral renewal today? And then to Mr. Joel, the emergence of a black capitalist middle class is one of the biggest economic outcomes of our democratic transition. Given this, do you believe that this class has the capacity or even the appetite to lead South Africa moral democratic renewal? And also, if not, where should the renewal come from? Civil society or grassroots movement? or a re-energized youth constituency that still believes in the democratic project? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I see one more? Okay, I see two more, and that'll be three more, but very, very brief. So, starting this side. Oh, four more. Okay, I'm going to get in trouble with the organizers. We'll take the four hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. The last four, yeah.
Okay. Why is our constitution so silent, or our constitutional court judges so silent on the misappropriation of power and delivery of our democracy? And the second thing is that, should the president be appointing the constitutional court judges, or should the constitutional court appoint the president? And we need to think differently about that.
Thank you very much. Over to the left-hand side, Catherine. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. A quick question and a plea to everybody present here. My name is Catherine Hunter-Shubani, and I'm from DOD National Committee. We've heard this morning, there's been a big emphasis on the words accountability, which, thank goodness, I think that should be high on our agenda, and importantly, civil agency. I'm wondering, where is the conversation happening? This is where my plea kicks in. Can we please talk about it everywhere? That we've spoken about morality, moral code, and we've had several sort of nuanced ideas about what this is. Where, and I'm going to very simply assume that the morality is to do with doing the right thing and caring for people and respecting people, all civil participants, civil people. Where are we giving attention to the fact that we have such different attitudes to authority arising out of, and I am hinting at the fact, not so hinting, that there's a tension between attitudes to authority that arise out of, in particular, two major influences in all our lives, and that is traditional culture and religion, from which I also come. So I'm not talking as an outsider here. That we are brought up to see leaders as people that we must listen to and that we must respect. And that word respect often gets abused. So young people in particular are not encouraged to challenge older people because it's seen as disrespectful, whether what older people are saying or not is valid or legitimate or something that the younger people are believe in. And I want to know, why is it not higher in the public discourse to be unpacking the words respect? What does it mean to be respectful, and how to demonstrate respect, given these very powerful influences that we've all been subject to, with regards to authority? Because how do we call people to account if we are hesitant to challenge people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over here, yeah. It's on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Martin. I'm from Northwest Province, from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda Civil Society. Some of my questions or concerns are already covered by previous speakers. Let me go straight to Mr. Joe, and you spoke about inequality. I just wanted to hear what is your view about the implementation of NHI, the National Health Insurance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Murray.
Murray Hawthorne, Legal Resources Centre. William, is there much to learn from the educational systems of the countries which have turned themselves around?
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to our speakers, but Joel and William, literally 3 minutes each, because we're almost 1 hour behind on the program. So I'm sorry to be curtailing. They were very big, important, serious questions, but you're going to have to be concise in response. William, do you want to start?
Absolutely. No, thank you for those questions. I appreciate it. Let's start with the education system. I'm not going to respond to all of it, but just the ones I can. Absolutely. I would, I mean, if I could change anything since 1994, I would focus all kinds of empowerment, BE, everything, take it all out and focus fully on education. Fully on education, nothing else. Because that for me is the greatest empowerment. And I know, and I was a supporter at the beginning. I mean, I possibly was one of the first people who wrote about it in 94 or 95 on BE. But I think what we need to do is refocus it on education and try to get a globally competitive education. So to get every child in our country to get an education that is globally competitive, that you can leave this country and be competitive anywhere else. And I think that's the key thing. I mean, that's what the Chinese have done. That's what Singapore has done. I mean, just think about it. You think about the British colonized Singapore. The British. By the 1980s, the British began to use Singaporean mathematics in their schools. Now that is, so it means we have to think differently about what is decolonization. We have to think differently on the terms that we so easily use. Is decolonization, what is it in education, for example? Is it, in my view at least, to develop every child in this country, to get a child world-class education so that child can compete with anyone in the West or in China. And for me, that would be decolonized education. On how do we change our moral frameworks? Now, one of the reasons why we are stuck in this sort of moral morass is that we've got computing moral frameworks. People don't accept the Constitution. The Constitution is supposed to be our ultimate moral framework. But we have competing systems where it is traditional law, customary law, gang law. I mean, if you're in a Cape Flats, imagine to go speak to someone about the Constitution. I mean, the gangs, their Constitution, their government system is a system, right? You go fight with your taxi mafia bosses. I mean, there's no Constitution to them. So we're not enforcing the Constitution as the ultimate moral and law framework. Now, there's something else I didn't say in my talk. So one could have all of the good policies, but something about all of those societies that I mentioned is the societies also brought about a kind of a rules base, a discipline in those societies. When I say discipline, not in a conservative way, but you do things when no one is looking, you do the right things when no one is looking, and so on. And that was very, very important. So, and I think what maybe us as South Africans, we don't fully perhaps understand that we'll never get economic growth and jobs and deal with poverty unless we also have societal discipline. So even if we have all of the best policies, potentially even good leaders, but that's the other missing thing, because development is a balance of a couple of things that one has to do together. And one can only do it as a country if the country has the imagination and the flexibility and not ideological, because the thing about ideology, it locks individuals and countries, it locks agency, because you're fixed on ideology, so the ideology will lead you, so you can't think beyond that ideology, and so on. And you can't innovate, but to grow, you have to innovate. So we really have to defend our democracy, have to focus on making the Constitution as the only moral framework across the country. Now, what can you do at a local level? Sorry. Just at a local level, it's going to be very important is to organize at a local level, build movements civil movements at a local level, build entrepreneurship at a local level. I know we always talk about civil movements, but we have to talk about entrepreneurship as possibly more important at a level. And the nice thing at the local level, because that's, when people vote, there's a few people that voting at the local level. So voter education to get people to vote for competence rather than for ideology or slogans or singing or the past and so on.
Thank you very much. Over to Joel.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief and maybe just start off by posing a question to William to which he cannot respond, fortunately. And this is to ask whether we should be condemnatory of ideology per se, or pose the question what that ideology serves. My own reading of what has happened in China is that they've not abandoned their ideology, but seek to use the technical and other experiences from across the world in order to advance their society. There was the question about whether the middle strata can play a leadership role in society. I would argue that every stratum approaches its participation from the point of view of its material self-interest. That is why the working class plays quite an active role. But in all history, where you have had major changes, the middle strata, intellectuals and others, played a fundamental role as think leaders and organizers. So the middle strata has got a fundamental role to play because it also influences the culture and the mores within society. In fact, I suppose from your earlier days, you would agree that both Marx and Engels were from the middle strata. Then there was the issue of being too reverent towards leaders and the elderly. I'm one of those people who celebrate the activism amongst young people. And in any case, in our history, you can look at the 1940s and the Mandelas, you can look at 1976, you can look at Fees Must Fall and so on. Without the activism of young leaders and perhaps, or young activists, and perhaps their irreverence wouldn't have moved qualitatively from one level to another. In my interaction with especially members of the Youth League from the organization from which I come, I make the point the ANC is in such a quagmire today that if you do not have the kind of leadership, strategic acumen, activism, and ethical standing amongst the young people in the ANC today, as you had with the Mandelas and Tambos in the 1940s, it will be difficult for the ANC to survive and thrive. Approach to NHI, the idea is a great one. It's to create, in part, some of the conditions that one was referring to in relation to social equality. How it is done and the various elements of the proposal, including the central fund and how it will be managed, is a matter for discussion in my view. The principle itself is a noble one. Developmental states on educational system, just to make the point that you cannot have development and the kind of technological progress that you had in Southeast Asia without emphasis on skills development. And one observation made some time ago by Professor Chilidzi Marwana from UJ was that at a certain stage, if you checked the Politburo and the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party as they were growing at 8–10%, a very large proportion of their leadership was made up of engineers. Today, South Africa is a bit fortunate. I think we have one engineer in cabinet, the Minister of Electricity. One doesn't want to be too mechanical in approaching this, but his performance, I think, perhaps confirms that observation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's the end of that panel. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, William. Handing over and moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, and in the interest of time, we will be moving swiftly along. Apologies once again for the run-overs, but it is becoming abundantly clear that some of these conversations are very important. And now I would like to hand over to Kathy Burnham for an item that relates to someone who has left me very big shoes to fill.
No. Hello. Right. Please excuse my referring to... Thank you. I love having a big orange Defend Our Democracy brand right in my face. Please excuse me from referring to my computer, but my old-fashioned memory bundles are running out rapidly these days. And I assure you I'm only relying on Tim Cook and Bill Gates and not Sam Altman at this moment because I can't summon up ChatGPT. I'm here to commemorate the extraordinary commitment that Zakira Vardy has shown to defend our democracy. And so I'm going to give you a bit of background to this awesome woman, because for those of you who've known her over the years, I bet you don't know too much about her, because that's Zakira. And for those of you who are new to this, you need to know about Zakira. Oops, there we go. With her lifelong commitment to democracy, with her quiet determination and her enduring work ethic, her resignation in March this year as Executive Director from Defend Our Democracy came as a shock to all of us. As the founding Executive Director, she was not only the pillar of the organization, but DOD was founded around her DNA, okay? So I also need to say that when her announcement came through, those of us who were on the Zoom call, the National Committee, were stunned into silence. And for a vocal group of Democrats and activists, that's unusual. At the next meeting with members of the staff, everybody was in tears. So let me tell you a little bit about her. I'm going to take you back a decade to 2015, 2016, when after serving at the Lenasia Rising Sun, she joined the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, which had been going since 2008 under the very capable and amazing Sean Bolton. And she was fortunate enough, I think, to land up as the editor of, if you excuse me, I'm going to use this term, Uncle Cathy's book, The Triumph of the Human Spirit, which was a recollection of his time visiting Robben Island, the museum that he was central in establishing as a beacon of hope versus a place of deep pain and incarceration. She was the editor at that time. But let's also cast ourselves back to 2015, 2016. President Zuma's reign. He was our head of state and was actively plundering and capturing with great alacrity, and it was up to civic society to connect the dots, as another one of our great stalwarts, the late Prof. Gordon, would describe it. And it was Uncle Kathy's landmark letter to Comrade President Zuma on the 31st of March 2016, urging the president to resign, that served as a key catalyst for civic society and to get us into action against this powerless state. Zakira once mentioned to me that it was for her a great privilege to press the send button on that email to all the media in this country. And with that began a new wave of civil society activism, spearheaded by AKF and other organizations. The AKF established the Strengthening Democracy program in a need for a voice to counter this abuse of power, and Zakira was appointed the manager. I'm sure that many of us here will remember those spectacular orange overall and orange mask campaigns targeted against COVID-19 corruption and harnessing so many of our broader national organizations. It was at that time that DOD was established and initiated by Reverend Frank Chikani, Reverend Mosen Kla, who unfortunately has resigned as chair, Trish Hanakum, Sheila Sisulu, Dr. Faisal Randera, and many other struggle stalwarts. Please forgive me if I've left some of these key people out, with the Katrada Foundation driving it. She was seconded to help with its launch and was later appointed to head up its work. Many of us here were at the landmark Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, which established our DOD as a formal movement. What followed, and not wanting to take Naledi's moments, was ongoing work against state capture and corruption, strengthening whistleblower protection, the pioneering Anti-Corruption Week, electoral reform campaigns, 2024 mass election observer campaigns, regular dialogues and discussions on constitutionalism, and support to the organizations present today. And somehow Zakira and her teeny team just tackled these projects one after another and kept DOD at the forefront of public debate. Now you can understand why, and I don't understand why Zakira chooses March as significant dates in her life, but now you can understand why, when she announced she'd be leaving, we were all shocked. Fortunately, she'd forged a very strong path and left a great institutional legacy in the capable hands of a small but impactful team of Zenzile Mavuzo, Kabela Kemp, Andries Sebagnoni, and Jane Lamini. A real tribute to her quiet leadership. And we've been fortunate now that we were able to find Naledi Khwadi as our new Force for Democracy and Executive Director. But in the role of a true Democrat and activist, Zakira promised us she was taking a break, but immediately assumed a new role as a media consultant, focusing on democracy here and abroad, political prisoners, and Palestine. While we miss you, we know that this was the right personal and societal decision. That said, I know, Zakira, that personal for you, from your very first steps, as you'd once shared with me, as a young activist handing out pamphlets in your neighborhood, that personal is undivided from societal, community, and religious institutions. In fact, I don't know if personal ever fits into your own lexicon. So with that, I just want to call on the full team present to join me up here and you, Zakira, so that we can present you with 2 tokens of our appreciation. So if the committee could come up. And while you are coming up, I just want to thank you all personally for all your extraordinary commitment and collegiality. I, unfortunately, and it's not about me, but I, unfortunately, will be reluctantly resigning today as I've got to commit myself to an adventurous PhD in AI law, human rights, and justice. And I didn't put my hand up to respond to what are key concerns, but it's here that I just want to lobby on my point, because for me, it's become a key mission now to find a global legal mechanism to truly prosecute the tech hegemony, the oligarchy who collude with King Donald J. Trump. And that is assumed, and I need to share the statistic, and I know, Comrade Joel, you love statistics and the word hegemony. They've assumed authority over 4 billion social media users and citizens globally who sign up to their discrete digital polities through sealed contractual online opt-in tick boxes. And it's essential that we look to digital campaigns as much as we've always looked at the physical campaigns, and that's my little lobby. And one terrifying statistic is that the ex-South African and the detractor of all things that are democratic in this country, the arch-autocrat Elon Musk's net wealth is larger than the GDP of South Africa. Move over Zuma and state capture. So let's get global campaign, social media, and let's hack the algorithm. Zakira and team, please come up. Where are you? Sorry I took so long to get to this. Where's everybody? I don't want to be alone. And I see Sean is sitting there. Are you joining us? Thank you. We're going to hand over 2 gifts to you. The one is a small donation in your name to a project of your choice. We'll discuss which one offline. And now, for your Serena Williams or Ange moment, we have this. I'm not going to hand it yet because we've all got to stand in front. A silver plate which will allow you to reflect, ho-ho, for years to come on the state of true democracy and justice. That echoes the sentiments of Zane Dangor in the AKF lecture, and the furtherance of its defense and active promotion. Zakira, we wish you many more decades, inshallah, of activism, but also personal care so you can continue and not take it as too big a toll to yourself. Thank you for everything. And now you've got to hold this up and we've got to have a photo op. And then we would love to hear from you.
So thank you everybody for the surprise. My favor was meant to have been just a tea at the DOD office, and I do hope I can still come for tea at some time, together with rusks and whatever else is on offer. But I would like to thank you for this recognition. Kathy, why March? You know, March is a significant date in political circles, the Ides of March with Julius Caesar. So perhaps that's why March. But I'd like to say just 3 things. One is a real thank you to the staff, the National Committee, the previous Secretariat of the DOD. As you go on in your deliberations and later on the election that takes place today, for those members who do want to stand, please remember that the position of leadership within the DOD in the National Committee comes with no payment. It's really a thankless job, and unlike some of our government departments, where even if the institution is failing, board members give themselves fees for their sense of no work or no work ethic, that doesn't apply in the DOD. You'll just be working very hard. And similarly with staff members, often there isn't enough thanks that goes to them. And in civil society organizations, resources are always short. So we can't necessarily pay private sector rates to staff members that are often doing double or triple the work. The second thing is all of the organizations here, I know many of you and have worked with many of you over time, and the strong bonds that are forged over time must be kept and are absolutely necessary to weather the storm that Rekhotsefetse spoke about earlier, in order to move forward and to deal with the issues that that storm presents. Those networks and bonds between organizations and activists are absolutely necessary. And perhaps finally, my period of rest has allowed me to read Harry Potter, one of my favorite series of all times, again. And there are some things that jump out at you that you don't necessarily see when you give books a first reading. And I chose this book, obviously these books, because they light compared to the heavy stuff of democracy that takes place. But Dumbledore says in one of the books that there will come moments in our lives where we have to choose between what is right and what is easy. And oftentimes in this work of democracy building, of service to the country, we have to make these choices. So we have to choose, for instance, whether we kick children out of schools and we prevent people from going to hospitals because they're migrants, because that's the easy option, or do we take the right choice and combat the corruption, the Maseratis and Porsches that land up in people's backyards from money that is meant to be going to Gauteng health? And similarly, do we let go of the ICJ case because it's absolutely an easy choice to do, and we may keep Trump away from us for a little bit, or do we make the right choice and stand up for what is right? And I think we can find examples of that replicated all through in our activism. So thank you once again to everyone, all of the DOD volunteers, supporters over time. All of your efforts in making this organization grow and continue to grow is appreciated. Thanks.
Yes, you have left me quite, I think I've said some big shoes to fill, but really well done. We will now get together for our last panel for the day, and that is going to be moderated by our National Committee member, Nicole Fritz. And on that panel is going to be Dr. Sithembile Mbete, Hennie van Vuuren, and Lukhona Mnguni, who are going to be joining us virtually. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for joining us today. We've got a fantastic panel ahead. We're joined by 3 experts. As Naledi has indicated, we have Lukhona Mnguni, Dr. Sithembile Mbete, and Hennie van Vuuren, and they are going to be speaking to their areas of expertise, but as I anticipate, there will be significant overlap. So I understand that Lukhona and Hennie are both online, and without further ado, I'm going to ask Lukhona to make his initial remarks, and that will be for approximately 10 minutes. Lukhona, thanks. Okay. We're experiencing a few technical details at the moment, so we're going to reverse that order, and I'm going to call on Dr. Sithembile Mbete to make her address.
Thank you. I sent a presentation. I was initially, you know, the whole thing that power corrupts, PowerPoint corrupts absolutely. And so I wasn't going to do a presentation. But then, given what was said in the previous panels, I thought it would be really useful to have some tables and images to project. I was asked to sort of speak about elections and electoral reform. There's a lot of conversation and concern about the decline in voter turnout in the 2024 elections. It was the lowest turnout that we've had in a national and provincial election since 1994, and it is though reflective of a trend that we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years, and should be an area of big concern for us going forward. Let me tell you all for free now, is that the 2026 election, local government election, is going to have a lower turnout, because local government elections always have lower turnouts than national and provincial elections. I think what is going to be critical, though, to watch is whether it is a much lower turnout than 2021. If it is, that's going to be terrible, because 2021 was the COVID election. And secondly, what's going to be critical to watch is registration rates, because this is going to be the first local government election since 2021 where we have online registration, so people should be able to register right now. If I could leave you with a call of action before I continue speaking, is that whenever you're with any young person in your home, take out your phone and register them on the IEC website. And you can do it at all times of day, every day. Please, let's just do that. Yeah, so that's going to be the thing to watch out for next year. But I want to just give us, I'm not sure which one of these is working. The big. Amazing. Oh, yay. So I've been reading a lot of Claude Ake, who is a Nigerian political scientist, and who wrote a lot in the 1980s and into the 1990s about this, the push for democratization throughout the continent, and who cautioned about the capture, to use that term, of the pro-democracy movements by Western governments, by the international organizations, by the World Bank, by the IMF, and basically that, you know, saying that, you know, the push for democracy is an organic one, and it's a response to the failures of the post-liberation period and post-liberation governments across the continent. But for that democracy to be meaningful and sustainable, it must look organically like the people that fought for it. It mustn't look like whatever is imposed from Washington. And so much of the backlash to democracy that we're seeing in the Sahel, Niger, Mali, what we've seen in Madagascar in the last few weeks, what we're seeing in the protests in Morocco, what we're seeing in this country, is a failure to heed the lesson and the caution that Ake was speaking about in 1989, 1990, 1993, that you can have many different types of democracy. Liberal democracy is but one. But to copy liberal democracy unquestioningly in contexts in which it doesn't make sense is going to undermine both governance and development in those contexts. And what we're seeing is the failure of liberal democracy in the West. It's not working. And we need to think very carefully about what it is to have accountable, representative, developmental democracy. What does that look like in our context? And he says, and this is my starting point, is that a useful way of approach is to begin by ascertaining whose democratic participation is at issue. And this is an obvious but important point, the significance of which is often elusive. If democracy, if representative democracy, is electing representatives is the people electing representatives to govern on their behalf, what enables the participation of those people is the critical question of a democracy. And yet we talk very much about democracy without people. And I think that's part of what's gotten us to the mess that we're in now. Just a point here, voter turnout in last year's elections by age. You will see here, and this is turnout by registered voters. So this is the IEC's numbers. It's not turnout by voting age population, which I'll speak to. You had an overall, you had voter turnout, and this is the first election where your highest turnout by far was in much older populations. So you will see here that the highest voter turnout was the 70 to 79 age group, who turned out at 82%. The lowest turnout was the 18 to 19 age group, who turned out at 45%. That's the first time that it's ever happened that voter turnout amongst the 18 to 19-year-olds is so low. We've always had low registration rates amongst 18 to 19-year-olds. But once they are registered, they turn out, because it's the novelty of your first election. And so if you were interested enough to register, you're likely to turn out to vote at quite high numbers. So you've in the past had turnout rates of the 18 to 19-year-olds of 80%, 85%. This is the first election where the 18 to 19-year-old cohort had the lowest turnout since we started registering people in 1999. And as you'll see, it's 18 to 19, 45%, 20 to 29, 48%, 30 to 39, 39%, 40 to 49-year-olds, 56%, 50 to 59-year-olds, 66%, 60 to 69-year-olds, 78%, the glory days, 70 to 79-year-olds, 82%, and then over 80s at 68%. That's a dying democracy. If you compare overall turnout rates to 1999, from 1999 to 2024. Now, the IEC calculates turnout as the number of voting age, as the number of registered voters that turn out in any particular point. A more comprehensive way of looking at turnout is looking at the voting age population. So how many people are eligible to vote in a particular system, and how many of those people have actually turned out to vote. So that's the VAP. Now, in 2024's election, we had a voting age population of 39,753,000. That number is 753,000. That number will change, it's around 40 million. And these are people who are over 18, who are South African, who have IDs, and can therefore register to vote. What you'll see is that the last column there, that registration as a proportion of voting age population has dropped around 10 percentage points between 1999 and 2024. So you went from having about 80% of the eligible population registered to vote in 1999 to around 70% of the eligible population registered to vote in 2024. Your voting age population turnout also dropped dramatically from 1999 to 2024. So you went from around 72%, 71.8% of the voting age population that is registered, voting age population turning out to vote, to only 40.9%, around 41% turning out to vote in 2024. So even amongst those that are registered, fewer and fewer are actually participating in elections. And you can see that you had the gradual drop has happened since 2009. And last year's election is the one that had the lowest official voter turnout at 58.6%, down from 66% in 2019, and down from a peak of 89.3% in 1999. Now, what's important here is that low at the bottom row, 2024, bottom row, last column, we have 30% of the voting age population is not registered. So that's also a contributor to the decline in voter turnout, because you can't turn out if you're not registered. So for as long as our rates of registration remain low, so if the voting age population, so if you look, the third row is the percentage growth of registered voters. So you had the growth of registered voters between 1999 and 2004 was 14%. Between 2019 and 2024, the growth of registered voters was only 2%. So fewer and fewer people are registering from election to election. However, if you compare that with the growth of the voting age population, you had an 11% growth in the voting age population in 2024. That should scare all of us. And so for as long as you have a declining rate of registration, and amongst registered voters, you have a declining rate of participation, and as our voters' roll ages, which is just the reality is that the voters' roll is getting old, so voter turnout is going to decline because the old people are dying out, those 70 to 79-year-olds. I'm happy for you, but there's not going to be that many of you. My grandfather died at 96 in April, and he voted every election since 1994. But he's now gone. It's, you know, what happens unless you AI your body and then you'll be here forever. Voter registration by age group, I think, is also a big concern. So in the 2024 election, only 27% of 18 to 19-year-olds were registered. No, so 27% of 18 to 19-year-olds were registered to vote. Obviously, the highest number of registered voters is older. But I don't think I've got the comparison slide here. If you look at previous age group, previous years, that percentage of the amount of a particular age group that is registered is shrinking every year. I think what's important here is the demographics of it. So you've got let's look at the 20 to 29 age group. There's 9 million of them, and 30 to 39 age group is 10 million. So they're a big chunk of the voting age population. And yet, less than 50% of the 20 to 29 age group is registered, and less than 70% of the 30 to 39 age group is registered. And so for as long as those people are not registered, your voting participation is going to continue to decline. And we need to fix and figure out how to work that out. I'm going to be nearly done. If you look at provincial registration, your rural provinces have large percentages of the voting age population that are registered to vote. But what we'll see in the turnout is that those people have stopped declining and turning out to vote. So rural voters are boycotting elections, and we're not asking why. I just want to then compare the voter turnout by age 24, 29, and 2019 and 2014. This is what I was talking about with the 18 to 19-year-olds. That in 2024, you had 45% turnout. 2019, you had 80%. In 2014, you had 83% of them turn out to vote. Even in the 2021 COVID election, you had a higher turnout of that age group. If you look at the comparison across 2029, 48%, there were 56% in 2019, 72% in 2014, and so it goes. And so these trends, I think, should be something of concern to everyone. Gender, women turn out to vote more than men do. Women are registered to vote more than men are. Across age groups, across province, across urban and rural. And yet not a single political party in this country platforms women's issues as an issue. Not a single one. And yet the electorate of the country is women. And so I want to leave with 3 comments. The first one is that this is the 2024 election was also the first election. And Mistra, I see Joel's left, but Mistra did some comparative work, an initial study, and I think it is something that we need to study even more. It's the first election where if you overlay, it's very hard to do, but if you overlay Statistics South Africa data of income and race in wards, and you overlay that with electoral turnout data, it's the first election where poor people turned out at a much lower rate than middle class and wealthy people. And that's unheard of in a national and provincial election. For many years, the political science theory in other places, you know, middle class and wealthy people turn out more than poor people. South Africa backed that trend. Last year's election was the first one where there was a decisive turn away from that. So the plurality of our government, the ANC's loss of majority power, happened at the cost of the participation of the country's poor. And given that the majority of this country lives in poverty, what does that mean for the legitimacy and the sustainability of the democracy going forward? The second thing is that democracy needs to have meaningful developmental outcomes. Can democracy keep people fed? Can democracy keep people safe? The reason why we're also wrapped by the days of our lives that is happening in Parliament and the Madlanga Commission is that it gets to the heart of people's security. When I was a student at UCT in the early 2000s, we spoke about security issues and issue and democracy. No, there's just middle class problems. But it's not. And the third thing is that all of the institutional edifice that we have, and one thing that South Africa is proving better than the United States certainly, is a resilience of our institutional infrastructure. But the big lesson that we should be taking from the United States, from Madagascar, from Niger, from Nepal, is that those institutions are only as meaningful as people's belief in them. And we are in a place very rapidly where the general population's belief in the democratic institutions is declining. And what comes next? The security guard who showed me where to come in said, "Oh, you're going to defend our democracy. What democracy are we defending?"
Thank you, Sithembile, for that really sobering presentation. I think what you are demonstrating with those figures is that we have got an extraordinarily concerning alienation of so much of the population from our democracy, and the question that you pose is right and sobering. What comes after? Our next panelist is Hennie van Vuuren. There's been extensive reference in today's proceedings to what we're seeing before the Madlanga Commission and before the Ad Hoc Parliamentary Committee. The concern, not only that our policing services, our justice sector, are failing to keep us safe, and instead are looking to keep criminals safe and those engaged in extensive corruption. And we're going to be asking Hennie to reflect on the phenomenon of corruption, what we're seeing, and what that bodes for our democracy, its health, and its longevity. So over to you, Hennie, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much, Nicole. Greetings, comrades. Thanks for the opportunity, and it's great to be with Defend Our Democracy. I think, Stay, what comes next is the big question we're faced with. I was asked to speak a little bit about the role of corporate power. It's obviously something that Open Secrets, where I also work, spends a lot of time and energy looking at the role of corporate power, but we corporate power and corruption and economic crime, but obviously these issues are all interlinked. And I wanted to talk a little bit, maybe precisely just on the role of corporate corruption, what can be done. And before we get there, I think we've had a number of speakers this morning who've really laid out for us, many of the big social and other questions that we face as a country. But before we get into the straight up crime element, right, I do think we need to kind of step back a little bit. And maybe this is something that in terms of the recommendations are things that I would think that if Defend Our Democracy is going to capture the moment, which is not only just about the issues of corruption and state capture, but the nature of inequality within our society, and how do we truly deepen democracy. We need to, I think, step back and look at corporate power in South Africa. I think we have a tendency for long periods of time, and we continue to do that, to normalize massive inequality in our society. And with that comes the kind of impunity that is involved in the involvement of corporate actors. We saw that during apartheid and the way in which we have not dealt with the corporate actors who profited from apartheid. We saw that in early democratic period, the big arms companies and others, and political actors involved in the arms deal. And we've certainly seen that in the state capture period, where we certainly haven't just not been unable to hold the banks, the auditors, the big management consulting companies to account, particularly criminally to account for that behavior. And we normalize wealth, I think, in different ways that we should remind ourselves. The Guptas, before they were the Guptas of state capture and they enabled the looting by Jacob Zuma and others, were also the Guptas of the Sahara computer company. You had cricket stadiums named after them that had magazines that were published. The Thinker, many people who no doubt will have spoken today, published articles in magazines that were funded by the Guptas. Marcus Jooste would take his racehorses out, and the elites, I think, celebrated him for a long time, and then they realized that he was just a real scallum that was stealing money from orphans and pensioners and people's pensions funds. And I think the same argument could be made about Mnguni Maumela. You know, one day people are admiring his blue Lamborghinis at a four-way stop in Hyde Park. But no one stops to ask, well, how is it that Mr. Maumela has accumulated such a vast fortune of money and lives in a fortress like he does? I think we're almost shocked that somebody lives like that. Well, there are many people who live like that in a country like ours, and I guess it asks the question why we're not more troubled by that kind of inequality of power. At Open Secrets, we've been spending some time recently trying to really look at this question of who owns South Africa, who really controls things. We know the statistics. Over 8 million people are unemployed in our country, and close to 5 million of those people are young people between the ages of 15 and 34. And yet at the same time, we have a very sophisticated financial system in the country, the Santon economy of high rises and stock exchanges and dividends that are shared, and financial services which, you know, are arguably on par, and that's argued by many of these corporations, on par with that which we see in the first world. They reap significant profits within these conglomerates. They sit on huge piles of cash, balance sheets at the moment, and their executives do particularly well. But I think it's important when we pause to think about the comparison, and using the comparison of somebody, let's say a young person in a province like Mpumalanga or the Northwest, who collects a 370 Rand social relief of distress grant every month, which is below the poverty line in South Africa, and they go to a local ShopRite branch to collect that. They're assisted by a shop assistant, a teller who's sitting there, who's earning 30 Rand an hour, which is just above the minimum wage, and translates into about 5,000 Rand a month. But we're reminded that to have a living wage in South Africa, you need to earn about 15,000 Rand a month to have what's called what's referred to as a frugal and dignified standard of living. Now compare that, of course, to the CEO of ShopRite, Pieter Engelbrecht. In 2024, Engelbrecht earned 83.3 million Rand. So he earned about 991 times what that ShopRite teller earned in the Northwest Province or Mpumalanga, almost 1,000 times more. And it would take that ShopRite assistance almost 5 years to earn that kind of money. The other staggering statistics to remind ourselves that just 0.01% of people in this country own 15% of the country's wealth, and obviously that wealth remains deeply racially divided in the way in which that is distributed between white and black households. For every 1 Rand held by the typical white household, the typical black household holds just about 5 cents. Now these are all amounts on averages, and there are obviously some people who hold vast volumes of wealth. The very wealthiest people in our country, the Ruperts, Oppenheimers, the Koos Beckers, Patrice Motsepe, Michiel Leroux, and Christa Wissers, those folks collectively are worth about 500 or 550 billion Rand in 2024. And that's wealth that's just growing. But at the same time, we have 14 million people who don't have the 27 Rand a day that's needed to live above the poverty line. And while we have many different ways of taxing people, we still don't have a proper way to tax the wealth and to tax the notion of concentrated ownership within our economy. One of the big drivers of that is the financialization of the economy. It's the way in which we've moved from an economy that relies on mining and manufacturing, the things that create jobs, to an economy that's dominated by a service sector, by the financial sector in particular, the real estate agents, the pension companies, the business services. They now account for about 25% of South Africa's GDP. And so we've seen a whole flipping over of the kind of the ownership within the economy. And I guess that has really radically transformed our economy in many different ways. But it has also fueled, and I'm coming now to the issue, Nicole, also on the issue of kind of corruption and how this works. The way in which the economy has changed and shifted over the last years services the needs and interests of those very wealthy people within our society, thereby deepening inequality. But it also functions in a way to continuously extract money from our economy. Illicit financial flows are one example where money is constantly moved offshore through misinvoicing of imports and exports, by not paying taxes properly. And the one figure that really stands out is that between period of about 1998, so our early years of democracy, in 2017, which was the midst of state capture, that's the kind of one of the last years where we have those absolute records. There was about 2.6 trillion rand that was moved out of the country through what's called illicit financial flow. So money that wasn't properly taxed. It was roughly equivalent to the total expenditure on healthcare in our healthcare budget for a period of 10 years. So when we talk about the unaffordability of NHI, we are reminded of this. I think Prof. Maluleke spoke this morning about reminding us about the crimes that took place against workers at Lonmin. Well, it was obviously the police that were involved, the police force of Netshitenzhe and others that were involved there. But it was also a police force that were protecting the interests of companies like Lonmin, who had not been paying their workers for a number of years adequately, at the same time as that they'd moved about 1.3 billion rand offshore between 2007 and 2012. And that's also another example of illicit financial flows. And so we see the link between human rights abuse and corruption and illicit financing in different ways. Those illicit financial flows, the system that's enabled, the way in which these corporate actors in the financial sector have played a bigger role in our economy, are also quite central to the international nature of corruption that we are bound into and that corporations are part of, the creation of shell companies, the role of auditors and of management consultancies, of creating ways in which money can be moved offshore, and of destroying public institutions at moments of state capture, which we saw in South Africa. The destruction of SARS, the role of McKinsey and Bain and many other big corporations, the role of big banks in moving capital offshore for the Guptas and others. And that isn't a moment in time, that is a moment that is continuous. I think we've seen from Madlanga Commission that this is not arguably a moment that we are suddenly ask ourselves, are we a mafia state? These are processes that have been coming for a long time and have been, I would argue, continuous and served to erode democracy throughout that period. And it does that very clearly. And if I can just have another 2 or 3 minutes, it does that very clearly in different ways. I mean, the issue of touching on just on 1 or 2 examples of party funding, we have better understanding of who funds political parties because civil society went to court. We have transparency around those issues, but the transparency tells us a few things. It tells us in very, if I can just summarize this, it tells us that very wealthy plutocratic families and the folks who control the gambling industry in this country are funding are funding political parties, and that's the disclosure that we have, that we've become potentially a sort of a Hollywood bets type of democracy. But it also tells us at the same time that there are political parties who are simply not disclosing what the source of their wealth are. We know that the MK party, and which is now, and I use them because they're the official opposition in South Africa. They only reported one single donation of 400,000 rand in the last election, in which they got over 2.3 million votes. The same applies to the EFF, which I think declared only about 6.6 million rand. Who else are funding these political parties? The EFF, the MK, but all political parties that we don't know about. Which of those are corporate interests? Which of those corporate interests are linked to organized crime? Which of them are potentially linked to foreign governments and their own interests that would undermine our own quest, as limited as it is, on issues like the ICIJ case and many others. And I think we have many gaps in terms of furthering human rights internationally, which we aren't dealing with. So I think the first issue that, just to use that example, is that the issue of political party funding is central if we are going to be able to tackle the issues of corporate power. The second one is around corporate lobbying. We have no law that governs lobbying by corporations within the economy, and I think this issue is large and that's growing. The way in which big companies, Sasol and others, can put pressure on the government when it comes to the just transition and dealing with the climate crisis and how it impacts working people in this country is directly linked in part to a normalized process of lobbying, of which we have no real process around. And lastly, let me turn, if I can, to the issues of the broader issues of accountability, because I think that post-Zondo Commission, we've really, and we've entrusted the role of holding the very powerful to account to the country's criminal justice agencies. But, we again should not have waited for the Maluleke Commission to tell us that the Hawks either don't have the capacity to do their job or that the Hawks and the country's police are in pockets criminalized. The crime intelligence in itself under Richard Mnguni was criminalized years ago, and that even preceded what we started to call state capture. These things were all running in parallel. The country's intelligence services have been, and I think our work has shown that that criminalization extends into the defense force. It's the one blind spot that I think the state certainly just does not want to focus on, the murder and the death squads within that pervade, or not pervade, that's incorrect, but that are present within the SANDF. And so we've relied on the Hawks to deal with high-level economic crime, and we've relied on the National Prosecuting Authority to do that. And we can speak about that in more detail, but we have seen a failure from the side of the National Prosecuting Authority to tackle high-level economic crime. They have not been able to prosecute the vast majority of politically connected politicians who have been involved in economic crime, or any of the major corporations. There have some fines that have been paid, but what we have seen instead is that the Bains and the likes of those companies have simply left South Africa. They may have paid a fine here or there without any consequence for the people who drove 1.5 million people into poverty during state capture. What we certainly have seen is amongst the political elites, the people that were involved in the state capture project that made sure that trains aren't running and millions of South Africans don't have reliable, affordable transport system, have created new political formations like the MK party, and are sitting in the country's parliament helping to co-create laws as the country's biggest opposition. The reason for this is the failure of the criminal justice system. The head of the Hawks, the head of the National Prosecuting Authority and others should hang their heads in shame for helping to create an environment in which this has happened. They have moved from a point where they would argue that we must focus on a couple of seminal cases which will hold those who are involved in capture to account, to what's now called an all-of-society approach, which means we can no longer hold them to account for what they're supposed to be doing. They're telling us that 60 million people must hold the mafiosis to account. We need the state precisely to be doing this. And so, in conclusion, I just want to maybe raise 3 or 4 points. I do think there are many things we can talk about. The issue of self-regulation within the private sector is not going to fix things. We need to recognize the trends that are present, how those inform the possibility for economic crime. That doesn't mean that all capital is criminal. That's not what I'm suggesting. But I think we need to problematize the ownership of vast amounts of wealth in a country that has poverty such as ours, and understand how very real and how very linked the issues of corruption are to an economic system that we have dominating things in our country right now. We have to focus on the restructuring of the criminal justice agencies. The political elite are not interested in this. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Committee, which the President appointed, produced a report that advised him of changes that should be made on dealing with organized crime and corruption. He sat on that report for 2 years and did absolutely nothing. It was now 18 months. It was now finally released 2 or 3 months ago. Have you yet heard of any changes the President is going to make behind closed doors? I understand the President is very worried about continued state capture, but that is not translating into action. We need to be putting the pressure on the state to say that you need to fix things. We can't watch, these sort of shows that are put before us at the Maluleke Commission and elsewhere. Our priority is to make sure that structurally things have to change so that the elites in politics and business are effectively held to account. Right now, I think for Defend Our Democracy, the other recommendation is the appointment of the head of the National Prosecuting Authority is crucial. It's going to happen right after the Christmas holiday period. And I think that there are concerns that that process won't be sufficiently open. And even if we end up with somebody who is sort of technically qualified, which was what we thought would happen with Advocate Chamamla Batoy, who is technically qualified, but certainly the leadership of the NPA has not covered itself in glory over the last years. It is our role not to accept people because they aren't criminal as good. They are only good as they are doing their jobs, and that means we have to monitor them and put pressure on them from day one. It can't be a case of we give them a free pass and give them time. They have to, out of the starting blocks, reform those institutions and hold the powerful to account. And I think Defend Our Democracy can play a really important role in leading that struggle. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Hennie, and thanks for those concluding recommendations, which I think are incredibly helpful, and we at DoD will certainly be looking to take forward too. You mentioned the critical importance of accountability. One of the developments that I think that is happening and that we are not giving enough attention to, because I think we are there are so many scandals that are happening, and issues like developments like the Maluleke Commission, the Ad Hoc Parliamentary Committee are consuming our attention. But what is happening in parallel at the same time, but which is not potentially getting the attention it deserves, is that because of civil society's sustained focus on ensuring accountability for apartheid-era criminality, we are finally seeing some progress. And I'm thinking about what's happening in respect of the Craddock Four. And in the audience, we have Murray Hathorn, and I just wanted to recognize him and pay tribute. I know that he is not alone, but they have made extraordinary efforts in trying to secure justice for apartheid's criminality. And it is one of the huge challenges of our democracy. How do we embed and sustain accountability when in some respects our democracy is built on a foundation of failing to ensure justice for systematic atrocities committed in the previous dispensation. And that is a challenge that continues to squarely face us and that we are going to have to confront. But as I said, while that challenge remains, there is this extraordinary body of work that is being built by those in civil society, and we shouldn't forget that. With that said, I am now going to ask Lukhona to reflect on what is happening in the GNU, whether we are seeing developments that might allow us to be hopeful. We have had two pretty sobering presentations thus far. But whether there is anything in those developments that might make us optimistic, or what we need to be looking out for as we move forward to the local government elections. Thanks, Lukhona.
Nicole, very good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists, Hennie and Ste. I also know that I'm stuck with them next week somewhere else, but we'll get to that on another day. It's a pity that I'm not there in person because Johannesburg is a bit of a nightmare to navigate. I have an engagement after this, and then, of course, the Nelson Mandela lecture back in Sandton. So with the road closures, it's a bit of a nightmare. So apologies for not being there in person. I want to start on a light note insofar as the Government of National Unity is concerned. I'm sure all of us have seen the videos emanating from the state visits in Vietnam and Malaysia. I have never seen John Steenhuisen this happy. I must concede this fact. I mean, he even knows how to dance pata pata now. And I suppose that's the positive element of the Government of National Unity. But on a much more serious and fundamental note, I think our country, as it has been stated by various speakers, even before this panel, our country is going through a serious reformation process. And that process is not influenced by the electorate, nor is it influenced by the politics. That reformation is influenced by the security cluster. It's influenced by the 6th July 2025 press briefing by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And I think all of us would not have necessarily predicted that kind of moment, which has now unleashed, I think, to the country, an entire conversation about where we are. I mean, the things that Hennie, for example, is talking about, insofar as corporate corruption and corporate greed is concerned, and how, corporate moves undetected. I mean, Hennie, I was somewhere 2 weeks ago, and they were estimating that out of the African continent, about $1.6 billion a day lives through illicit financial flows. So this is a moment of reformation, and I think that the GNU, while it is in office, it faces a number of threats, which if we spoke 3 months ago, I wouldn't have said a part and parcel of it. I think the current ongoings at the ad hoc committee, at the Madlanga Commission, pose a fundamental threat to the GNU. The impending Constitutional Court judgment on Phala, for example, insofar as whether or not Parliament acted rationally when they voted down the former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo report. That report is definitely going to come out. It's a matter of months before that report comes out. It's been a year now since the hearing took place in the Constitutional Court. And I think that the president, my analysis anyway, and my conversations with various people, is that the president may well be on the departure lounge. Now, that poses a serious threat to the GNU as we know it, and how it will be reformed. Because if the president resigns between now and June, that's the kind of time frame that I am thinking about. It may well mean that there's a reconstitution of the GNU to partly respond, Nicole, to what you are talking about, the fundamental threat towards the local government elections. So what Panyaza managed to do in Gauteng was to lock the DA out of government. And whether or not strategically the ANC may think that locking out the DA in the national government prior to the local government election is a strategic political move, given that Helen Zille is now saying that she's going to stand. Of course, she's going to stand as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg. And I must say, from anecdotal evidence, people of all shades, colors, and hues are quite animated by the idea of somebody with a proven track record. They even forget that she's 74, she'll be 75 by the time the local government elections happen. should be 80 by the time she concludes her term. But because we are in such a desperate mode, I think that people are persuaded by the narrative of somebody with a legacy of delivery. And middle class people are quite clear that yes, we accept that in Western Cape, in the city of Cape Town, the townships are not well cared for. But guess what? We don't own property in the townships. We own property in the suburbs. And therefore, that's where we want value and that's where we want change. And if you look at the voting patterns, over time, as Sithembile Mbete also in her own presentation was talking to, ANC folks in townships tend to not turn out when they are disaffected with the ANC. So they don't make a different alternate political choice. So they simply go out and have a party on the public holiday that is voting day. And therein lies the threat of Helen Zille, because partly why the DA is bringing her here is to achieve what we call in electoral politics differential turnout. So try and turn out the base, the DA core base, as much as possible, but then attract other people who are interested in somebody with a track record of turning a city around, like the city of Cape Town. So I'm trying to say we meet here today with a very vulnerable government of national unity. And by the way, by GNU, we must accept we mean colloquially a presence of all the 10 parties that signed up to the GNU. Because the ANC, what they managed to do very well was to make the GNU an ANC-centric project. So effectively what they did, and I mean, I always refer to an interview Nomvula Mokonyane did with Sizwe Mpofu-Walsh. Nomvula explains this quite interestingly. She says, we don't have a global agreement, effectively. We have an agreement with each and every political party. So when we think about the GNU and the collapse of the GNU, we must think about the ANC ceding the center of negotiating a coalition. So if the DA was to leave the GNU, that doesn't necessarily mean that the GNU has collapsed, because the GNU is actually ANC-centric. And the ANC was smart at doing this, so that they can leverage political power over every other party. But other parties were also very smart in terms of first moving. For example, take the Patriotic Alliance. And I know Mandy Winner has now published a book, The Deal, which it's on my reading list now, which is about, the backroom conversations around the GNU. But what is quite clear, the Patriotic Alliance, the reason they walked in late in that first sitting of the National Assembly is because they were trying to make it clear to the ANC that we're not going to vote for your president without a guarantee of a ministerial post. And that is becoming clear in terms of the intervention that was made from the highest office of the ANC, insofar as the question around Kenny Kunene being reinstated as an MMC in the city of Johannesburg. Whilst all of that is happening, remember that in Gauteng, Panyaza Lesufi does not have a majority over his government. He relies on a sponsored vote from the EFF and MK party. And one of the things that are emerging now is that the EFF may well want in on the Gauteng government. And that poses a serious headache for Panyaza Lesufi. The DA is, of course, moving a motion of no confidence on Panyaza Lesufi. That motion of no confidence is something we have to pay careful attention towards insofar as how it affects the GNU, particularly in a context of smaller parties such as BOSA, Rise and Good, now having become Unite for Change. BOSA is not part of the government of provincial unity in Gauteng. So how will those parties be persuaded to act insofar as the motion of no confidence is concerned around Panyaza Lesufi? And how will society respond to that? Because now I think parties are going to put and place booby traps on each other as we go along. The DA did say that the motion of no confidence on Ramaphosa is not off the table. MK party may well move a motion of no confidence on Ramaphosa. And these will be booby traps, tactics to try and maneuver the other party into some form of concessions But as the parties are doing their internal polling, and I'm going to pause soon so that we can have a bit of discussion. I know that Mark was quite under pressure with time, so I don't want to do that to you, Nicole. But as the parties do their polling, they are going to be thinking very carefully whether association or disassociation treasures them with the electorate. The second part is that as we move closer to 2027 and the fever of all these things that are happening, Atlanga Commission, ad hoc committee, my sense, my personal sense, and this is not a canvassed view, my personal sense is that the country is in an extremely restless point, and it needs a bit of a reset. And that reset will only come through a form of an early election. Now, our constitution allows for the National Assembly to adopt a resolution to dissolve the National Assembly. But the proviso is that that must be done 3 years after the preceding election. And I think that defend our democracy, to end on a similar note with Hennie, in terms of what may well be a point of consideration for this gathering, defend our democracy might well need to contend with whether or not we need an early election. I think 2029 is too far. Not that an early election is going to fundamentally rearrange the building blocks of where we are in terms of a hung parliament, a coalition government, but it's going to give South Africans an outlet, because my estimation is that in the next 5 years, all these issues that are a conglomerate of inefficiency on statecraft, as Ntate Jewel, would teach us on the fundamentals of statecraft. All these issues that are a conglomeration of inefficiencies on statecraft, South Africans are going to want to respond. And globally, people are responding. Madagascar is the latest response. Nepal is one of those responses. Kenya is part of those responses. In Nigeria, SARS was part of those responses. In Sudan, it's part of in Zambia, the youth parliament was part of those responses. And if we want orderly change, I think we must contend with the idea as to whether or not we need an early election before 2029 as part of resetting what is an extremely chaotic. Colleagues, I don't want to understate the fact. We are in an extremely chaotic environment. And if we are not careful, the consequences are going to be extremely dire. And the ability to host these kinds of gatherings will diminish because we would have run out of time to reset what is happening. And therefore, Nicole, if you spoke to me beginning of the year, I gave the GNU a deadline of December 2027. But I see a president who is completely checked out. I've never seen a leader who is as disinterested in his duties as President Ramaphosa is. And I'm talking about leading the country, feeling his temperature. Even Zuma, when Defend Our Democracy started, it's because you felt the weight of Zuma. That's why Defend Our Democracy became necessary. You felt his weight in the wrong direction. Now, we are feeling nothing because the president has become extremely lukewarm. He's neither going right or wrong. He's just idling. No country can be led by an idle leader. And therefore, for me now, where the government of national unity is, it's at a precarious position. And I think the next 6 months after the G20 summit are going to be extremely instructive, because I also foresee a situation where South Africans lead themselves. And if you hear the temperature of the factions within the police, particularly, because the military has to be taken out of its barracks and bases by the president. But the police are already out of the barracks and bases. And if they were to side with a popular uprising of the people, the government would fall. And I don't think that is far-fetched. I know people think I'm crazy when I say these things. But I'm looking at the nervous conditions of the country. And I'm trying to say that the GNU is now under threat from external forces more than its own configuration internally. I mean, we can talk about whether they've got an agreement, whether they meet the clearinghouse. I think all of those things have been passed by events. I think society is looking for a reset. And if government is not able to assert itself, society is going to assert itself on the government. And if society does that, and the generals in the police who say in parliament, as Mkhonazi did, I needed to tell the people who have employed me. He's not saying he's employed by Masemula. He says he's employed by the people of South Africa. That's a political statement. Does it trigger some thoughts in certain people? And if it doesn't trigger thoughts in certain people, then we are in trouble, in serious, serious trouble. I'm trying to say that we are at risk of the government of national unity not being our concern, but the people of South Africa, in concert with some of the generals in the police, acting to exert their influence and authority over the government of national unity. And that will then trigger a mess, because we've never had that kind of... South Africa hasn't had a solution that's outside of politics. Whether you look at the formation of the Union in 1910, whether you look at the transition to apartheid, whether you look at becoming a republic and denouncing the crown, whether you look at the transition to democracy, all our transitions have been political. We've never had situations in this country of great significance that are not political. And I'm fearing that the politicians are losing grip over the country, and they are allowing an intrusion into that space of something that we've never seen. And we will not know what kind of animal it shall be when it surfaces. Let me leave it there for now, Nicole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lukhona. And thank you to all our panelists. While the presentations have each been, in their own way, incredibly sobering, they've also been a joy to listen to. They have been so rich in their expertise and in their provocations, and I think so important to us at Defend Our Democracy as we look to situate ourselves for this next chapter and understand where we need to position ourselves and what we need to take on. So thank you so much to all of you. Naledi, I'm going to ask for some direction now, because I know that we are running a little behind time. I know we're about to go into a session which Shan will lead, which will allow for discussion of what we've heard. Do we want to sort of go into that immediately? Yes, okay. So I'm going to hand over to Shan, who's going to allow for the discussions of the presentations we've had today.
Thanks to all of the presenters. So a couple of things happening is that we have Rigotsofetse and I think Catherine here, who have been capturing all of the conversations, all of the inputs, and extracting the issues that must inform the work of the DoD for the next 2 years. But I think what will be important are just immediate reflections from all of you here on the inputs that have been made. Now, I don't want questions. I just want to hear what are you thinking after having heard this last panel and the panel before? What has it been saying to you about what needs to be done? What do you and your organization, and what does an organization like DoD have to be focusing on? So what are your thoughts?
I don't want long speeches. Your inputs will be a minute, if not less. I don't need long introductions. I don't need long CVs of each of the speakers. Just your thoughts. What is it? What is this? What have these inputs? What are they making you think? How do they make you feel? But more importantly, what is the thing that you think must be done by your organization and by Defend Our Democracy? Okay, you're going to kick us off, a minute or less, nah?
Okay. My name is Sandile from BD Future Foundation. So, no, my leadership will be leader just certified what we are about to do on Monday. We're starting a campaign around Join the Movement, where we'll be going outside in the streets and mobilizing young people to start registering to vote. So we'll be initially registering them to vote, so that come next year we're able to see a voter, a registration turnout of young people going higher, and also how do we take them again to polls to go out and vote. So that's a certification of saying we are doing the right thing. Thank you very much.
Lovely. I think that what you are suggesting is that voter registration needs to be a big part of all of our work. One of the issues that I want you just to think about, maybe not for 2026, but a number of countries have now gone to lower the voting age to 16. The UK is the latest. Madiba, when he came in, wanted 14-year-olds to vote. He lost that battle. But Brazil, the UK, others are now have it at 16. I've raised this with the youth in the Kathrada Foundation to say, well, should this not be a call that we must make, and why 16? These are grade 11, 10, 11 learners. They are in school. Now, when you're in school and you need to vote, you need to have a conversation about it. You influence the entire school population below you as well, and you take it into your homes. I think it's something that's worth considering, but can we get other contributions?
What we need is, we need to wrestle back our democracy and take control of it, and then we need to go back into the old...
By doing what? By doing what?
It's a multitude of things.
One thing.
Look, Parliament has failed us. Our political parties have failed us. We need to come back with real essential parties that represent the will of the people, and I know they sound like past rhetoric, but we need to go back to those true fundamentals of what they meant. The other thing is that we need to go into what was in our old days the activism of which we enlightened people as to what democracy meant. Okay? And I'll leave it there.
Good. There's a program that Rivonia Circle does, which is called the Democracy Builder Program, and you'll start to see that across the length and breadth of Joburg in the next few weeks, that I'm told. And hopefully, once we all understand the model, you can do that work as well. Okay, who's got the mic?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Nonsekela Lodulani. I'm the Deputy General Secretary for Equal Education. I think after the last conversation, I became so nervous. Even I'm very anxious while speaking, politically anxious also, because I'm a young person and I'm also feeling so distracted about what's happening in the country. I think what we're needing to do is taking this same conversation back into our communities. As Equal Education, we organize with post-school youth. These are students in university and unemployed young people, but also with learners from the ages of 14 to 19 years and parents. I think the intergenerational conversation also should be happening within our communities. I think before the 2024 election, it was clear within civil society spaces and in communities that political parties are not the representative of what we want, and they're not an alternative to our democracy. I think it is important for us to go back, organize, mobilize those communities, but conscientize them, because I think we're sitting in this room with so much information that communities are just sitting in a limbo, do not know what to do, have lost hope. The reason the voting turnout is exactly like that. It's because of hope, and communities are needing hope, and I think we have a responsibility sitting in this room and as civil society movement to take the power back to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where's the mic? Yep. Short and sharp. They might be able to hear you, but you won't be recorded. So that's the problem.
Okay, should I go in? Yeah. All right. My name is Dikeledi Franz from Northern Cape Expression Culture Academy. I wanted to speak on democracy versus responsibility. Chair, I believe that you are in this mess because of 1994. How it all happened, we were promised basic free everything. We were never told about the responsibilities. Had we been told, we would have been partaking. So I believe that we also asked, what is our take in this? What is our part? What is our contribution? Because when we were told that we are going to get free electricity, free water, what then when the reservoirs dries up? Who's going to refill? We never dared ask to ask us, to inquire as to what is it that we are going to do. And then the other thing, responsibility with the civilians. Our people don't want to pay rates and taxes. And that also is disadvantaging the already ailing municipalities. I also wanted to speak on employment. Employment, the government, how it does it, I feel that it is addressing it wrong. I understand that the SDGs goals, priority number 1 and 2, no zero hunger and no poverty. But the intervention that comes, how it is received by our people, especially the youth, it is done wrong. From where I come from, there are simple acronyms that are being used, and they are used carelessly, like your EPWPs, your UIF, your RAF, your NSFAS and SRD. Those are the acronyms that the youth are so comfortable with, to just want to be part of EPWP programs and to just work for 6 months and end up going to claim for UIF.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
The consciousness of people is what you're raising. Okay. You've got the mic?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon once again. I think the biggest thing that we also need to realize as South Africans is we need to work on more mechanisms to hold our people to account when in higher offices, because we see that we know all of these corruptions that are happening, but I believe that South Africans in general have become so desensitized to what's happening around them, and unless if it's directly affecting them. And the sooner we get more conscious people, especially in the middle class, who will then come to the forefront and fight the good fight for the rest of South Africans, I think the better for the rest of South Africans that we will move forward. Thank you.
Good. Fight the good fight. Where's the mic now? Right, there's a hand there. And then we'll take, there's 2 more here, and then I want to round up. There's the mic there, okay?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm still Mr. PR, no, I'm not yet changed. As we are running, we were based at Matiko Sithembile Mbete Center. We've got this program that we are running in schools in terms of trying to assist and give the student the basic importance of knowing the Constitution, so that when they went out in the high schools, they will see the real world in cooperation with this certain democracy. Because one of the major problems that we come across with is a knowledge that we need to give to our young people that are growing. Even also normally run dialogues actually, so that people will understand where are we now, looking back where we come from in terms of this democracy. Because on the reality and the more important things is the funds that our government failed to fund us in terms of uplifting our society. That's why we normally find that politicians, they get the gaps of manipulating us in terms of telling us about our rights, yet in fact we know very well our rights, and it seems if they give us some services, it seems as if now it is a mercy that they have to give us, but it's also our right that we need to get those services. So our government, if they can fund these organizations that are in here to educate our community in the good level, not using the cap of politics, I think everything will be right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's come here.
Okay, my name is Tsepo Matubatuba. I'm from the Anglican Church of Southern Africa, representing the faith-based, I can say, or by church. But my real concern is that the faith-based organizations, we are representing different sectors, but we are not those sectors, you know, like we have things like South African Council of Churches, we have got TSI and whatever, and most of them are represented here. But we never, after year, try and translate what we are talking in the boardroom to action. I remember when I was still very much active in HIV and AIDS mobilization. We came to a time when we said, from talk to action. But I haven't really seen now mobilization where defense of our democracy is out there, known by the organizations, known as helping those organizations that are affiliated, mobilizing them on the ground and making people. I think from the Northern Cape, the lady said, people don't know what is happening. And the other lady said, people in the institutions don't know what is happening. We don't even know this ticking bomb that we are sitting on.
Okay, emerging kind of theme from all of the conversations is around this 3 words: organize, conscientize, mobilize. Now, it's something that activists in the 80s would have spoken about OCM, and there's an S to it. OCM, organize, conscientize, mobilize, and struggle. So you're adding the S to it. Those 4 words capture, so we don't need anybody to repeat what has now been said. Let's get there.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Lukhona. I'm representing NCDF from Limpopo. I think I just want to reflect on the presentation of election and electoral reforms, where you would have correctly said we need to look into age vis-a-vis the voting. That 16 years, I think I would say the same sentiment, but I also have a question to say, what is actually the main reason behind one to register before voting? I think we need also to look into that. That needs to be addressed. We need to do away of that. Because somehow it kept, hence we have the deadlining of the status of the election and stuff like that. If that can be looked into, I think it will make major impact on that. On the issue of what the DOD need to do vis-a-vis what is happening in the country, I think all the affiliates under DOD would have affiliated from the struggle. They would have confronted them from their respective areas. Like ourselves, we would have been confronted with 143 million vis-a-vis the water project and stuff. Then the plea is that as and when we bring such problem to DOD, maybe the DOD must put foot on the pedal to address those issues. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Very short, with the recognition that we have outsourced our fundamental rights and dignity to politicians, who we bemoan today as not doing enough for us. And that is so evidently clear. We need to develop programs that are aimed at reclaiming our fundamental rights and dignity from these politicians through grassroots civic education programs, democracy development programs, and only in that way, within the context of social cohesion, we can manage to succeed. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So I'm done on this side. There's one hand right at the back there. And then we'll come back to you last as members of the DOD. Okay, can we take that hand?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
I am from the Equal Education Law Center. I think, Chair, you've given us 3 words: organize, mobilize, conscientize. And I would like to add 1 word, which is solidarity. I think this gathering that DOD has hosted happens after we've just had a public interest law gathering at WITS this past week. And it was clear that we as the sector are having these conversations amongst each other. And we've seen that civic spaces in our time politically is being closed off. So my plea is that we need to work in solidarity, because I'm looking at what must be done. Many of these resolutions that the people are coming with from this floor, there are movements doing that. There are organizations doing that. But it is clear that we are working in silos. And working in silos does not mean we are taking off the uniqueness of the work that we are doing. It's just intensifying the cause. Solidarity is a resolution.
Very, very important. Thank you. All right. Let's finish this section here, Kabelo. We'll come back to the last. Rosalie will be the last.
Hi, I'm Karen Eppel from the Sithembile Foundation. Just 2 very practical points. Thanks for all the input. Civic education. So we've got a platform that's called Civics Academy. We work with different institutions, and just in terms of voter education, young people education, the Civics Academy has lots of short videos on topics such as what is democracy, what does separation of powers actually mean, why should I vote? So we understand we need to work with partners, and we do that. We are in all TVET colleges after a couple of years of a project. So all young people in TVET colleges go through some of these modules as part of their life orientation topic on active citizenship. So we worked with all the teachers. So Civics Academy as one option of civic education, and there are others. And it's urgent, as we've heard. And another one, standing together, building the center. So that would mean also, I think at this point, conversations with the business sector in terms of responsibility and accountability, and coming together to build the center and hold the center. And I just noticed there's an event at GIPS on the 4th of November that's asking that question: how can the South African business sector assist to fight corruption? So it's a joint event of GIPS, Gordon Institute of Business Science, together with the Institute for Security Studies. And of course it's in the business sector's interest as well to hold their space of doing business and to hold democracy, whilst there are, as we've heard, of course, different interests in the sector as well. Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Just repeat the name and where can people find that resource? Oh, it's called the Civics Academy. It's a platform, it's a website. We launched it at the Nelson Mandela Foundation with Advocate Thuli Madonsela in 2016. Civics Academy, you can also come and speak with me, of course, in break, and it's all free of charge, short videos. And for instance, last year we had one, how do you vote in the national and provincial elections, because of course there was even confusion. Okay, about so it's Civics Academy. Yes. Thanks. Thank you. All right. This way through. Okay, Rosalie, close off here.
I think the question that we all grappling with is what quality of leadership do we need to actually reset ourselves? And we talk about ethical, competent, and people that we can trust. And I think we have to move away from this notion in our country where you have to be a criminal as a prerequisite to being in leadership. I think as civil society we have to start saying enough. That we want people who don't have criminal records. I don't appreciate a minister thinking the fact that he has a criminal record and is being sworn in by a judge is a joke. Because he actually makes a joke out of all of us. And I think as civil society it is time that we actually stand up and say, no more crooks in parliament, get out and get off the stage. Thank you.
Okay, so there's the rallying call. No, we're done. Okay, we're done. Thank you. Each of you have been given a piece of paper. On that piece of paper, what's the one thing that when you leave from here, you want this new DOD leadership that you will elect to focus on? One thing. Can either be one word or one sentence. Don't write a whole manifesto. One word or one sentence. What's the one thing, what's the priority for DOD, for the new DOD leadership that will come out here today? Right, you've got 2 minutes. One word, one sentence, one thought. What should the new incoming DOD leadership focus on? What should its priority be? Please put it down. Anybody who has got pen poverty? One sentence, one word, not a manifesto. As we collect them, we're going to collate them into themes, and that we will put together as with the summaries that Rekhotsofetse and Catherine have been doing as the way forward for the DOD. Right, let's bring them here. Okay, have we collected everybody's? Can you, is lunch ready? Can you just check that? Lunch is postponed. With all the corruption, the one thing people don't tamper with is making sure there is something to eat. Because if you don't do that, then that worst case scenario comes through. If lunch is ready, I want to suggest that we break for 30 minutes. You get your lunch, get it down as quickly as possible, because we want to get through the formalities of the Constitution, the amendments, the financial reports, and then into the elections as soon as possible. But Andres, is lunch ready? It's ready. Oh. Oh no, it's just light here. I didn't, and you speak so softly. Can I urge all of you, 30 minutes for lunch, please? And then we come back here, and then we'll share with you what's the outcome of these results. Thank you.
All right. Yes, okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I think we're going to continue with the second session of today, otherwise known as the graveyard shift, because everyone has eaten. Just a few amendments to the program in the interests of time, and to ensure that we're able to have sort of a robust and open election process as one of the fundamental reasons why we are all here. Speaking to that, the inputs that were shared before lunch, they are being consolidated and will be replaced. We'll be replacing an item that is earmarked for 1025. That's when those inputs will be shared, as well as the announcement of the election results. The session that was going to be removed, because we are quite behind and it will eat into election time, is that all DOD proposed amendments to the Constitution. We are enabled to actually have that session online and constitute it and engage on it. And also we will then be able to share the proposed amendments before that meeting takes place. So that's the other session we're going to be removing. So from this point forward, we're going to be doing the presentation, the narrative, the financials, and then we're going to move into election time. So with that said, I'm democratic enough to say if there are objections, please think of the time. All right, so now we're going to move into the narrative report, and we're just going to look at what DOD has been up to since our last gathering. So when we reflect on the years of defending our democracy, the first thing we have to engage with is where it all began. And for those who maybe are visiting us for the first time, So rather, it'll come up shortly. It'll come up just now. I'll just keep talking through it. So Defend Our Democracy was formed on the 18th of March 2021 as a campaign to protect, enhance, and uphold South Africa's constitutional democracy. Its formation was prompted by a call made by the South African Council of Churches for ordinary people to stand up in defense of democracy. This came as former President Jacob Zuma disobeyed a constitutional court judgment ordering him to continue testifying as a witness before the Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, otherwise known as the Zondo Commission. The period succeeding Jacob Zuma's defiance of the Constitutional Court saw his supporters dressed in military regalia, stationed outside the former president's house, thank you, and a renewed boldness by some who were deeply implicated in state capture and corruption, and a growing sense of political destabilization that would later manifest in the July 2021 insurrection. Several civil society organizations and individual activists and volunteers came together to formally launch the campaign on 18th March 2021 at Constitutional Hill. The declaration received the support of more than 70 organizations and over 13,000 people. Then the Defend Our Democracy campaign was born. Going forward, in July 2012, Defend Our Democracy hosted the Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, where a resolution was taken to form a civil society movement to protect, strengthen, enhance, and renew South Africa's constitutional democracy. The transition from campaign to movement was formalized under a year later, in May 2023, when Defend Our Democracy hosted its first elective conference and adopted a governing constitution, which allowed all formal affiliation of organizations. From then to 2025, Defend Our Democracy embarked on several activations centered around a set of pragmatic resolutions adopted at the elective conference. It refined its work to 4 pillars, underpinned by the central theme of countering ongoing threats to democracy enhancing quality of democracy, building participatory democracy, and promoting civic activism. These 4 pillars broadly were ensuring electoral integrity and advocating for electoral and political reform, democratic innovation through policy and research, countering state capture and corruption and building an ethical state, and building democracy as a civil society movement. Now, when we go back and look at the work of Defend Our Democracy through the lens of our thematic areas, the first would be electoral and political reform. Defend Our Democracy continued to convene civil society organizations post its inception on the issue of electoral reform, regularly tracking updates and contributing to discourse on the matter. Before and after the enactment of the Electoral Reform Bill, DOD still submitted to the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel a proposal for electoral reform based on the submissions previously made by political analyst Ibrahim Fakir. In keeping the discussion around electoral reform, that started at the Conference of Democratic Renewal and Change. The organization would later launch Election Watch, the campaign on the 30 November 2023 in Johannesburg. And I strongly suspect a lot of people in the room know us from that Election Watch campaign, particularly those relationships that were built with affiliates. The purpose of Election Watch aimed to mobilize community members and organizations to become election observers by having a presence at voting stations in different parts of the country, assist in ensuring a free and fair elections. The campaign invited organizations and everyday citizens to heed the call for active citizenry. Very apt after Dr. Mbete's presentation today. So this is how the election watch rollout looked rather. Defend Our Democracy expanded its Election Watch campaign with a nationwide provincial roadshow across all 9 provinces in April 2029. Through face-to-face engagements, the campaign reached diverse communities, mobilized volunteers, and strengthened civil society networks dedicated to upholding democratic values. All events received extensive media coverage at local, regional, and national levels. Assisted by Sithembile Mbete from Defend Our Democracy, shout out Zinzi, based in Johannesburg, and provincial organizers, staff members, including the newly constituted Election Watch team, led by then manager Nomasonto Magwaza and our national organizer, Kabelo Kemp. They went across the country to engage in communities. From the 28th of May to the 30th, Election Watch teams were operational 24/7. With monitoring and logistical teams working in shifts of over 72 hours at a time. Live observation and incident escalations were conducted in real time, with remote support extended to over 1,000 observers stationed at more than 500 voting stations across all 9 provinces. Constant engagement was maintained with 87 affiliated organizations. Election Watch maintained a visible presence at the IEC National Results Center, monitoring the results, attending IEC and HSRC briefings, and participating in media engagements. DOD and affiliated organizations played an integral role in ensuring the integrity of the 2029 national elections. Election Watch remains a flagship campaign, highlighting the importance of oversight and active citizenry. Our next thematic area we're going to engage is this democratic innovation. South Africa's democracy has undergone significant changes over the last 30 years, with successes and major deficiencies in terms of joblessness, state capture, slow economic growth, and ineffective governance. The DOD collaborated with John Mattison and launched a 9-part interactive webinar series in November 2023. The purpose of the series of webinars was to acquaint South African activists with the nature of reforms required to reverse South Africa's downward spiral, to take advantage of missed opportunities, and to become a successful, modern, constitutional state that increases jobs substantially and substantially narrows inequality. In April of 2024, Defend Our Democracy convened the civil society organizations, academics, intelligentsia, law experts, and political parties to pack their expectations towards the national coalition after the 2024 national and provincial elections. It was glaringly clear that the coalition government would be the order of the day at the national and provincial levels, as it had been a trend in various municipalities across South Africa. The purpose of the summit was to highlight the significant role civil society and political parties should play in the formation of coalition government in their respective areas. The emphasis was placed on appointing the ethical and capable leaders to lead the municipalities and to make their agreements public. Defend Our Democracy invited various organizations and several political parties to be part of the coalition summit. ANC was represented by its NEC members, Dr. Bandile Masuku, DA represented by former Mayor of Tshwane Metro, Celia Sprink, IFP represented by its national spokesperson, Maluleke Hlengwa. Action SA was represented by its national person, Michael Beaumont, and Ephraim Mangera. Rise Mzansi Civic Alliance Coordinator represented Rise Mzansi political party. We continue to engage on issues impacting democracy. The first was solidarity with the trapped miners. Defend Our Democracy convened organizations for a briefing session on the Stilfontein mining disaster. It issued a statement regretting its own silence on the issue until essentially more information and footage had begun to emerge on dozens of dead bodies lined up in the mine. We noted people, human beings, were left to starve to death 2 kilometers underground with false information peddled that they could come up anytime they wanted to. But were refusing just to avoid arrest. While the government has every right to counter illegal mining and make arrests, law and order must be effected within the prescripts of human rights framework. The state needs to accept ultimate responsibility for the violation of these human rights, which is the position that Defend Our Democracy took. Another issue that Defend Our Democracy landed its platform and voice to was to rise in solidarity with Palestine. On the 28th of October 2023, Defend Our Democracy and other supporting organizations issued a statement reiterating the call of hundreds and thousands of ordinary people across the globe for an immediate end to Israel's bombardment of Gaza. The statement called for humanitarian aid, which is food, water, medicine, and fuel, to be allowed into the Gaza Strip immediately and on the scale that is required. The organization condemned the racist rhetoric of Israeli officials who have dehumanized Palestinians by calling them animals. Defend Our Democracy was also one of several local South African supporting organizations for the World Movement for Democracy's Global Assembly in November 2024, which brought about 500 participants from over 1,000 countries. Amid global threats to democracy, rights, and freedoms, Defend Our Democracy saw the Assembly as a crucial moment to foster international solidarity and deepen collaboration amongst democracy activists worldwide. Regarding the budget postponement, Defend Our Democracy in February 2025 expressed its shock and concern at the postponement of the country's budget speech. Under tackling state capture and corruption, Defend Our Democracy continues to have its flagship campaign, Anti-Corruption Week. Between the 3rd and the 10th of December, the first Anti-Corruption Week campaign started. Defend Our Democracy partnered with several other organizations to stage a picket inside a venue where the government was reporting back on its anti-corruption progress. Activists stood up in solidarity with whistleblower Cynthia Stimple, who joins us today, as she spoke at the event, but also highlighted through the picket the government was not doing enough to counter state capture and corruption. We held with Judge Richard Goldstone on the idea of an international anti-corruption court. We also discussed with Hennie van Vuuren, who was part of today's panel on open secrets, investigation into an alleged SANDF torture squad. The following year, Defend Our Democracy called for a revival on the broad fronts which helped us connect the dots and achieve key victories in the fight against state capture and corruption over the last few years. It is time to unite in confronting the state capture fight back. Under the theme Connect the Dots, confront the state capture fight back, The week began with a symbolic media picket outside Tembisa Hospital. The site where slain whistleblower Babito Diakoran uncovered alleged corruption. Representatives from various sectors joined the call to action, tying orange crime scene tape at key sites to symbolize corruption and impunity. Under Anti-Corruption Week, under the theme of tying the tape, Defend Our Democracy went to the Department of Human Settlements and called for the removal of Minister Simelane following unresolved allegations tied to her time as mayor of Polokwane. There was also the Roy Water Treatment Plant picket that highlighted the impact of alleged corruption on water quality in Amanskraal. The picket drew attention to communities still drinking unsafe water, unfortunately something we still deal with today. The Mamelodi Magistrates Court picket, DOD focused on the abandoned new courthouse project, which has stalled for over a decade despite millions spent. Citizens continue using an inadequate older court due to alleged mismanagement and corruption. The Bree Street explosion site picket spoke to ongoing delays in fixing Bree Street after the 2023 explosion were attributed to poor project oversight and accountability. A contractor was paid at the time 12 million without completing the work, and a second contractor had to be procured. The picket aimed to highlight the disruption faced by residents, vendors, and businesses. Well, there is an update on that road now. Defend Our Democracy continues being part of the Civil Society Working Group convened by Open Secrets to focus on the recommendations of the Zondo Commission. DOD also has been part of the Anti-Corruption Coalition initiated by Gibbs. Defend Our Democracy continues to highlight the contribution of whistleblowers, activists, honest public servants, and politicians who have stood up to corruption and state capture. Defend Our Democracy also raised awareness about the assassination of whistleblowers and those working in government institutions. Under our fourth thematic area of movement building, after being established as a movement in 2023, Defend Our Democracy embarked on a process of recruiting affiliate organizations. Any organization that adopted the movement's constitution and could become a member. By March 2024, Defend Our Democracy had over 40 affiliate organizations with a presence in all 9 provinces. Affiliates included organizations involved in democracy and anti-corruption work, but also others involved in grassroots community and social upliftment programs. Defend Our Democracy has and still hosts several briefings and information sessions with affiliates. These sessions are convened to discuss the strategic and programmatic work of the movement and assist and participate in the programs of affiliates where it aligns with the core work of the movement. In November of 2024, DOD had its affiliates meetings, and they came from across South Africa together in Braamfontein, Johannesburg. For the annual affiliates gathering, delegates from regions including, and amongst others, Kuruman, Msunduzi, Dutwa, Klerksdorp, Beggersdal, Bethel, and Ntwani, and Cape Town shared the challenges facing their communities and engaged in discussions on the country's current socio-political climate. On the 12th of October of 2024, tracking the ongoing threat to state capture and corruption to democracy seminar, Defend Our Democracy called the seminar and discussed the systemic state capture fight-back strategy and used those implicated in the wrongdoing. What came out of the seminar was that there is a concerted effort by those accused of having benefited from state capture to avoid and delay accountability and process from law enforcement agencies. One of the speakers said, most of the implicated people are still occupying strategic positions within the government and state-owned entities. On the 27th of February 2025, the Rising of Right-Wing Politics Globally webinar, Defend Our Democracy, convened it, highlighting the resurgence of white supremacy, the influence of United States US politics, and the vital role of civil society in countering disinformation. During the discussions, experts highlighted how the rise in right-wing ideology is a global threat, is a global trend. One of these had been fueled by high-profile figures like the former US President Donald Trump. As we look ahead, while many committed public servants, community leaders, and civil society organizations work tirelessly to uncover corruption, seek justice, and strengthen ethical leadership and institutions, we note that those insistent on wrongdoing have become more strategic, coordinated, and brazen in their actions. There is room for better coordination and cohesion in civil society. Our efforts need to be combined so we can see more impact. Collaboration can strengthen our efforts in fighting corruption and allow for whatever momentum gained to be sustained. Strategic engagement points must be agreed upon with the aim of centralizing actions to see better outcomes. An inclusive and progressive movement will allow for diversity in approaches, covering larger bases and allowing for nuance in our engagements. Improvements can be made in civic education, ensuring that we empower communities to attend to the oversight of their own communities. Electoral and political reform require an understanding of existing frameworks. We, as a civil society, are perfectly positioned to share this information and ensure that we all speak from an informed and empowered standpoint. Therefore, Defend Our Democracy reiterates its call for all people to stand fast against the assault on the fundamental manifesto of our nation and the unforgivable violation of its embedded tenets of democratic governance and the just rule of law, now more than ever. It is necessary to accept that our institutions and democracy remain under siege. With recent examples of the SIU report on Tembisa, the ongoing Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference, and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, as well as the increase in right-wing and populist narratives. Our resolve needs to be stronger than those who seek to undermine our democracy. Our commitment must be steadfast and resolute in the face of challenges that present themselves as insurmountable. We have to be united, strategic, and clear on our desired outcomes. We cannot afford to lose momentums. In closing, I would like to share this quote by Wangari Maathai. It's the little things citizens do. That's what makes all the difference. Thank you. Next, I will be asking our National Committee member, Mr. Nishan Bolton, to share our financials.
Are we all awake still? I've been asked to just talk to you about the financials of DOD. And perhaps I think what should have been reported is that after, I think, a 2 or 3 year battle, the DOD has finally now got its NPO registration done, which means that it can now open its own bank account. And flowing from today, its new leadership will open a new bank account. In the interim, in the past 2 years, the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation created a separate bank account for the DOD, and all of its money was in that account, but the DOD basically did all the administration around its own payments. So they decided what needed to be bought, what needed to be paid for, how much, and so forth. All that they would give us, or they would give the foundation, is a requisition that would be signed by the chairperson of DOD, Reverend Moss, together with the executive director. Once we have seen that the two have in fact signed off, we would then process the payment. Give them monthly bank statements, and because all of our financials are audited, we then also had included the DOD finances for auditing. So what is presented up here, if it can be just made a bit bigger. Can we just increase? Okay. We'll scroll down later. You will see that in the two financial years, the one ending in February 24 and then February 25. So these financials are as at the end of February 25. We will, in our audit for 25-26, we will include for the first 6 months or until such time the DOD money goes out, we will include those amounts for auditing as well. As soon as DOD takes over its account, from that day onwards, it will be responsible for auditing its own money. But important to see that we received funding from the Millennium Trust and Yellowwood Social Investment, the Jubilee Foundation, and then the Constitutional Trust through the New Venture Fund, and then there was some interest received. And in total, you will see the amounts there for the 2 years. In 25, it was 1.1. In 2024 ending, it came close to 5 million. A lot of that money was raised primarily for the Election Watch campaign. So that the DOD has not undertaken its own fundraising. It doesn't have debit orders. It doesn't have individuals who contribute monthly. It doesn't do cake sales, movie sales. It doesn't have banquets or anything of that sort. So fundraising is now going to be an important part of its own work. If we will just scroll down a little bit, Ahmed, thank you. Yeah, stop there. These are the expenses. You will see employee costs is a big part of DOD. The jump in the 2 years is that in 25, the big jump there is really because of the scaling up of the number of people for Election Watch. And then the DOD also started paying rent for the building that it is using. Part of it started in the previous year, but in the 24-25 year, you will see that's the total rent paid. Software application is really software that had to be bought and designed for the Election Watch app and for the tools that were used for Election Watch. Telephone and internet, you will see a big jump. That's because the telephone usage around the Election Watch, when they needed to be in touch with all of the Election Watch observers, that scaled up that amount. But in total, the surplus that the DOD had in 23-24 is almost wiped out in 24-25. And that's the financial report for the 2 years, which these are audited financials, which we're presenting to you. And if there are questions, I can try and address them to the best that I can now, or come back to you after this meeting, because I don't have all the files here with me. The chairperson is gone now. Oh, there she. If there are no questions, then I take it that this report is accepted, and then my job is done. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. So in our next item, I think it's one of the really key issues that have brought us here. Oh, apologies. There is a question. Please go ahead.
No, thanks. Even though that I heard that you said you don't have any document that in front of you, but I can do a apology on that. Before we go further, I'm also sorry for myself also to look back, but even though we are still processing with democracy, in short, because I don't, one thing that affect us before also affect us as we are going further. My chair lady, thank you very much also for your being yourself and understanding us in this last election that we come 2024 as a election observer. Your tolerance and Kabel. Who is Kabel? Thank you very much. But here's the concern that we didn't get the proper answers in terms of voucher challenges. That's number one. Two, in terms of getting right time, the resources when we're approaching elections. So I'm requesting when times come of the elections, I'll request everything sorted in time so that we'll have not these challenges that we come across with, where while our observers didn't sleep, they will make it sure that our election went well, and also make sure that they submit reports. Even others, they didn't because of other challenges. But I want to say thank you very much for your tolerance in that election. Thank you. That's all I was on pass.
Thank you. I would be remiss to thank you for Zakir's patience and diligence. That would be her. So I will definitely pass that on. And thank you for that contribution. It's always empowering to hear such. There's always room for improvement. So we're glad to be engaged in that fashion. All right. Are there any other questions that relate to our financials before we move on to the exciting matter of elections? No? All right. So before I let those formally trained in this process proceed, I will first note that we'd opened up the nomination process to afford affiliates and others an opportunity to share their nominees with us prior to the event today. We did receive a few, and as a result of that, we will still be accepting nominations from the floor. I'd like to read some of those nominations received before Reobezo comes forward and proceeds with the rest of the process.